friends, let's begin with the second chapter, that is public finance. Now in this chapter there are 4 units. It's a big chapter, maybe few numerical sums, more of diagrams, and very interesting chapter. So let's begin with the first unit, that is fiscal functions and overview. So very small unit. There are 3 major questions in this unit, majorly 3 questions. Now students, public finance, basically public finance is nothing but government finance. So here we are going to talk about government activity related to taxation, government's expenditure activity, in which all areas government is spending money, developmental, non-developmental, from where government earns money. So it is basically government's revenue, government's expenditure. Now students, the word fiscal is nothing but public finance. Fiscal means government's purse or a wallet, where money comes in and very fast money goes out. So public finance is nothing but which finance? Government finance. Now many times students tell me, sir, why we are not writing government finance? Why the word is public finance? Can I say it's a public who appoints the government and it's a government who does welfare for the public? That's why the word is public finance. So if I talk about my calculation, if I talk about my income and expenditure, personal finance. Reliance Bajaj Auto, talking about their expenditure and income, corporate finance. Country's income and expenditure, which is discussed in the budget, is public finance. So now under fiscal function and overview, we are basically going to understand what role government should play in the working of the economy. Should government intervene? Should government contribute? Should government be actively participating or not? That we are going to understand. So can I say overall world has 3 types of economic system: socialism, capitalism and mixed economy. Now today socialism does not exist. It has become a myth. It has become an illusion today. So you will not find any country which is completely socialist. Capitalism to major extent, yes. Mixed economy, definitely yes. So first question, which is a very simple and easy question, in this we are going to understand the viewpoint given by 2 economists. One is Adam Smith and second is Richard Musgrave. So explain the role of government in market economy. Students, market economy means capitalist economy. Which economy? Capitalist economy. So the modern societies generally offers 3 alternate economic systems through which decisions of resource reallocation may be made. Like you have capitalism, socialism and mixed economy. Now let us understand what was the viewpoint given by Adam Smith. Now students, Adam Smith was a bold advocate of capitalism. Adam Smith was a very big supporter of capitalism. Adam Smith highly promoted capitalism. He was of that opinion that all major decisions should be taken by private entrepreneurs. Country should be run by private entrepreneurs. Government should not intervene. Government should not interfere. Government should provide basic facilities: water supply, electricity, law and order, defense. People will take care of their own welfare. People will do everything what they are supposed to do for their development. Economy will be taken care by corporates and private entrepreneurs. Government should not intervene, government should not intervene, government should not intervene. That was what Adam Smith was trying to say. So basically he was saying country should adopt completely a capitalism model. Profit should be the motive. Income generation should be the motive. Growth, prosperity should be the motive. So all major world countries adopted capitalism. But if there is no government intervention, if there is no government to take certain decisions, if there is no government actively participating, then such economies are subject to wild fluctuations, expansions, contractions, too much of fluctuations. Because of that, 1930, world superpower US went into Great Depression. So complete capitalism, no government intervention, laissez-faire policy doesn't work in today's time. Government do need to come. government do need to take certain action and decisions. Then only there will be smooth working of the economy. Now the viewpoint given by Richard Musgrave. Modern economist Richard Musgrave was that of opinion that if country wants to grow, country wants to develop, private participation is required, no problem. But government should also be present. Certain tough decisions, certain important decisions should be taken by government. Like if country wants to come out of recession, private entrepreneurs cannot do it. If country wants to achieve full employment, private entrepreneurs alone cannot do it. If country wants to reduce or solve the problem of poverty and unemployment, private entrepreneurs cannot do it alone. Government is required, government participation is important. So here Adam Smith was saying government should not spend, government should not spend, government should not spend, government should hold money. Let private entrepreneurs run the show. So basically, directly, indirectly, Adam Smith was promoting balanced budget. Whatever income you have, only that much you spend. Economy should not borrow, country should not go for extravagant expenditure, country should not spend, government should not spend. But Richard Musgrave was like, government should use deficit budget. If country wants to come out of the problem of recession, solve the problem of inflation, government needs to be very, very active. Government needs to spend more money from his pocket, then only economy comes out of the problem. Like from last 1.5 years, can I say our country is into pandemic. In fact, the whole world is suffering, whole world is contracting. So actually, who is helping the economy to come out of the problem? Can I say it is government, be it any country? But are all these things happening for free? No, government has to spend so much. It could be arranging hospital beds, maybe oxygen, maybe vaccine, and number of things. So government participation is must. Government should borrow, government should spend, and if government is not having money, use other people's money. So this was discussion given by Richard Musgrave. So students, basically Adam Smith was saying more of private, less of government. Government should not spend, government should save. Musgrave was of that opinion, spend more, government should spend more, let economy grow, let economy come out of the problem, and both fiscal and monetary policy should have its respected role in the country. So central bank should play his part, government should play his part. Central bank will talk about interest rates, government will talk about taxes and public expenditure. So this was the view given by Musgrave and Adam Smith. So students, answer is given. I will just give you the marking, how much you can write. From year till year you need to write. So this is a small paragraph and then views given by Musgrave. So question is role of government in market economy. What is the question? Role of government in market economy. Okay students, so this was about the first question. Okay students, let's move to the next question, that is describe the various intervention measures adopted by the government. Now students, in chapter 2 unit 1, previous video we discussed that there was one viewpoint given by Adam Smith, that was sound finance. He was more towards capitalism, that government should not intervene, government should not intervene. And second was functional finance, to be very precise, that was given by Richard Musgrave. So he was of that economy in government should play an active role, government should participate, government should contribute. Now what all activities government should perform? What are the functional areas of government in the economy? So divided into 3 parts. Number 1 is allocation function. Number 1 is allocation function. Second is redistribution function, and the last we are going to see is stabilization function. So now let us understand what is this allocation function. Now first of all, allocation, allocate means resources should be put to best use. When resources are put to optimum use, optimally allocated, then we will say there is proper allocation being done in the economy. Like there are three types of resources: human resource, natural resource, and third you have financial resource. If these resources are put to best use, optimum use, no wastage, less wastage, then it is called as optimum allocation. So whatever leftover is remaining after the carpenter work was done, can I say, with those small pieces of wood, or half bottle of Fevicol, or maybe half sheet of sun mica, you use all this, make a small stool or a study table. Can I say something best is created out of waste? This is called as optimum utilization of materials. Wood is a resource, Fevicol becomes a resource. Now can I say the vaccine distribution across the country should be done very much optimally, and allocative efficiency should be achieved. There should not be any kind of wastage, or there should be minimum wastage. So allocation refers to way in which society's scarce resources are put to best use, optimum allocated. Now students, in our country allocation is done by two people. One is done by government and second is done by private entrepreneurs, since we are a part of mixed economy. Now if private entrepreneurs takes the responsibility of allocation, can I say they will allocate on the basis of demand and supply. They will be doing allocation on the basis of consumers' preference. Whatever people will want, that only they will produce, they will distribute. And more important, they will allocate on the basis of profit motive, because they are here to earn money, make money, earn profits. Welfare comes secondary, earning profits is primary. But if allocation is done by government, then can I say welfare will be the primary motive. Government is going to ensure that equal, balanced development takes place. Allocation is majorly done in budget, keeping in mind every section of the society. Benefits should reach the lowest section of the society if government allocates. Now say example, for time being, I consider that in a country only private entrepreneurs are operating, majorly dominated by capitalist people, government is not playing greater role. Say example. So now if only private people allocate, if only private entrepreneurs allocate the resources, if only they only provide goods and services to us, can I say there is high probability that there could be misallocation and malfunctioning of resource, because they are going to use only for their own benefit, for their own profits, own welfare. They will never take care of society as a whole, economy as a whole, environment as a whole. So there could be misallocation and malfunctioning, which may lead to market failure. Market failure means either of the party will be at loss. Maybe environment is at loss, other producer may be at loss, maybe government will be at loss, maybe consumers may be at loss. You never know. That is called as market failure. Misallocation can take place. Resources may not be used to the best possible way. Benefits may not reach the poor section. So now if only private takes care of allocation, first problem, there could be a creation of monopoly power where they will dominate. Group of producers will form a cartel or a syndicate and they will dominate the consumers by charging very high price and reducing the output. Second, there could be negative externality in the economy. Now, what is the meaning of negative externality? The side effects may come. Like a company producing chemicals, selling chemicals in the market, earning huge profits. But at the time of producing chemicals, can I say that company or that firm is generating too much of pollution? Huge level of carbon monoxide and other chemicals are released in the air. that is creating problem to the environment and the biodiversity. So please understand that becomes negative externality, after effects, harmful effects, side effects. But they are least bothered, they are interested in making money, earning profits. Then there could be high level of income inequality, gap between rich and poor will increase. Then there could be problem of incomplete information. Now what is this incomplete information? Many times seller knows more about a product or a service compared to a buyer. So there is a major chance a seller or a producer may hide certain material facts, may hide certain important information, may not disclose the true data about the working of the product or a service, and consumers and customers many times are misguided. Wrong product, defective product is being sold. Now that leads to market failure, loss to the consumer. After buying the product, you will realize that the product is not correct. Product has a problem, product is fake, whatever. This happens because of one person is having more knowledge compared to other person, and there is a high chance or high probability that seller may try to cheat or misguide or hide certain important information about goods or service to the buyer, and the person who buying may be at loss. And many times private entrepreneurs, private companies are not interested in producing those goods which are collectively consumed. So they are not interested in those goods which are collectively consumed. Now see, these all problems will come if only private allocate resources in our country. Now whose entry is required? Who should enter now? Who has to come now? Can I say government has to come? So after government will come, now people will have options. Okay, if you have money, go to private school. If not, then go to government school. If you have money, go to private hospital. If not, go to government hospital. So your entry of government will ensure that poor people, lower income group, they get some support, they get some relief, their welfare takes place. Certain things will be given to them at a lower cost, maybe at some subsidized rate. So your entry of government is not a substitute, your entry of government will be a complement. So ultimately, please understand, allocation basically indicates that whatever resources we have should be utilized in a right way, correct way, optimum utilization without any wastage or minimum wastage. So this was your allocation function. This is the answer given, students. See, efficient allocation of resources, government intervention is necessary. Market failure may take place if there is too much of private debt, may lead to misallocation. All these points we have done. So this may come for 2 marks. It's a paragraph. Now say example, if your respective professors have given you a separate answer during the lecture, so it's completely fine, you prefer that, you can write, you can learn same question or same answer which your respective professors have given you during the lecture. So most preferable is the answers what you already have with you, or else the notes are in front of you, completely fine, please follow this. Now let's move to the next, that is redistribution function. Now what is the meaning of redistribution function? Students, here we need to answer one question. For whom should an economy produce goods and services? What is the question? For whom should an economy produce goods and services? Now can I say our country is divided into 2 parts, lower income group and higher income group. Should government allocate resources or goods towards rich, or should government allocate resources towards poor? Now if government gives more benefits to rich, corporates, entrepreneurs, businessmen, Adanis, Ambanis, Mittals, Tatas, Ruyas, Hindujas, now can I say they will be encouraged to produce more, they will be encouraged to expand their business, they will create more employment, efficiency will come in the economy. But if government diverts its resources towards poor people, lower income group, can I say they will be uplifted, they will come out of poverty, their welfare will take place, equality will be maintained. Focus towards rich, efficiency will come. Focus towards poor, equality will come. But here there is always a trade-off. Here there is always a fight between both. Fight maintaining equality and efficiency. So if you focus only on efficiency, you may lose equality and vice versa. But survey was done, and in the survey, the result was that our country is rich with poor people, unfortunately. So India is a rich country with poor people. So more emphasis, more benefits, more priority should be given to lower class, lower income group, poor people, particularly those people who are below poverty line, particularly to those people who are facing hardships, particularly to those people who are deprived of basic needs, food, clothing, education, health. So here government started and government ensured that three things we need to achieve for poor people. One is to bring equality, second, fairness, fair treatment, and third would be justice. If anything wrong happens with them, court of law should give them good justice, timely justice, and in their favor. So equality, fairness, and justice are the three pillars which will help in uplifting poor people. So for giving benefits to poor people, to lower section, government has ensured that maximum money will be spent on those activities which directly benefits poor people, benefits those people who are below poverty line. Like say example, government started with Ayushman Bharat, that is medical treatment up to 5 lakh completely free from government side. So spending money on those services which directly affects poor people, directly benefits poor people. Then government came up with progressive taxation, where higher tax will be charged from rich and those money will be spent on the welfare of poor, benefits will be given to poor. That is called to redistribute, take more from rich, give it to the poor. Then government started spending more money in backward areas. Various schemes were introduced for backward areas. Remote areas like Orissa, Assam, northeastern states, remote parts of UP, Bihar, more of rural dominated area where poor population resides. Those areas should be uplifted. Those areas should come up. Just an example. Then government gave subsidies like LPG subsidy, subsidies on food grains, so that people, consumer can afford certain things. They should get basic food grains to eat. Government created employment reservation for backward class, OBC, social caste, that is scheduled caste, scheduled tribes. So SC, ST, OBC, for them employment reservation was started. Government decided to regulate the manufacture and sale of certain harmful products. In some areas, government decided to ban such harmful products. Like in Gujarat, alcohol is banned. Bihar, alcohol is banned. In Maharashtra, you will not find pan masala, gutka. Students, reality is different. On paper, these things are banned, but in reality, there is a very big black market operating in these states. That is the reality. We can't help it. So, moment government closes one door, 10 new doors will open for such items. But government has tried its best to regulate, to control the sale of such harmful goods. Now, all these things are directed towards poor people. All these things are directed towards poor people. So, they are uplifted, they come out of the poverty, their sufferings reduces, their hardship reduces. So, this is called as nothing but redistributing income, that is take little more from rich, give to the poor, uplift poor, give them justice, give them fair opportunity, equal opportunity. Now, can I say everything done towards poor, lower income group, definitely equality and welfare will come. But every time if you torture corporates and rich people, every time if you get into tax terrorism, every time government charges more money, penalties, duties, taxes, now these private entrepreneurs may get discouraged. Top businessmen who are the contributors, wealth creators, they may get discouraged. And sometimes they may feel, let us shift our companies to those countries where regulations are little easy, taxes are little reasonable. India may lose income, output and employment. There is a possibility. So government needs to keep balance between both. Take care of higher income group also. Take care of corporates. Take care of business community because they are wealth creators, employment creators. And more emphasis should be on the lower section, that is poor people. So this was your redistribution function. So first was allocation, how to allocate the resources in the best possible way, and second was redistribution, for whom should an economy produce goods and services. Point is, goods and services should be produced for everyone, but your priority should be poor people, lower section. Now see, this is the question and the answer, both are given here. Just now we did redistribution function. So it was about distribution responsibility of the government, like achieve equitable distribution, social output among household, advancing well-beings to those members who suffer from deprivation, equality of income, wealth and opportunity, ensure that they enjoy minimum standard of living. So again it can come for 2 marks, a very small question. Basically we discussed for whom should economy produce goods and services. Now moving to the last, that is stabilization function. Now students, compared to allocation and redistribution, stabilization function is more macro. Individually all three are macro, but if you compare first and second with this point, that is stabilization function, then it is more macro. Now what is the meaning of stabilization? Please understand, every economy, every country, whether it is a developed country or a developing country, every country needs 2 things. Number 1, growth, and number 2, stability. Now first of all, please understand, market economy, that is private entrepreneurs, private businessmen alone cannot create full employment. They can only participate, they can only contribute. They will not solve the problem of unemployment, they can only contribute. They will never help the economy, or they will never be able to do it alone. They cannot bring the country out of the recession. They cannot reduce inflation. They can again participate. So normally any country faces 2 types of problem. First is problem of recession, and second is problem of inflation. 2 types of problem. But as I told, every country goes through ups and downs, every country has a problem, good phase, bad phase, expansions, contractions. Simple language, they are known as trade cycles or business cycles. Now growth will definitely come, but country should be ready to face ups and downs, because fluctuations indicates that economy is moving. Straight line means person is dead. Straight line is not good, whether it is personal life, professional life or economy. Fluctuations, ups and downs are necessary, are important. So now in order to bring stability, it is the authorities, it is the central planning authority, it is the government who needs to play a very active role. So majorly 2 types of problem of recession, or I would say problem of inflation. Normally we have seen developed countries are more prone to recession, developing countries normally are prone to inflation. This is a general view. Now in recession what happens? Can I say GDP falls, people lose job, businesses are not earning money, fall in sales, fall in output, fall in employment, stock price may fall. So all indicators are down, all indicators are going south. So now in order to uplift the economy, in order to bring economy out of the problem, government has to play an active role, and government is going to take help of two things. One will be fiscal and second will be monetary. Now monetary, central bank, fiscal, government. Now under fiscal policy, government will first reduce the tax. That means more purchasing power in the hands of people. PP stands for purchasing power. More aggregate demand. More people will start going out. People will start spending because now tax has reduced. Not all. Those people whose income is still intact. Those people, those companies who are still earning. Lower tax will encourage them to spend. Higher aggregate demand means producer will also earn now. Producer may be also start earning profit slowly. He may also start hiring people again. But this will take time. Second year, government may increase public expenditure. Government may start spending more money on public works, metro, highway, dams, airport. New construction will be done, will be initiated. Now can I say, once government starts spending on developmental activities, demand for steel, cement, iron, wood will again increase. Again construction workers will be back to work. So higher public expenditure leads to higher employment leads to higher income may again lead to higher aggregate demand. Please remember, higher aggregate demand means economy has started moving up. Economy has started growing. Economy is slowly coming out of recession. Now this is deficit budget which was used. Higher public expenditure, lower taxes. So income less, expenditure more. Income less, expenditure more for the government. Deficit budget. And deficit budget is good if country wants to grow or if country wants to solve the problem of recession or depression. Now under monetary, RBI or any central bank of any country will be instructed that rate of interest should reduce, money should become cheap. We normally say cheap money policy. So loans will become cheap, corporates may get encouraged, some businessmen may come out, they may borrow, they may start a new plant, they set up a new project, again job creation. I again repeat, students, the way I am explaining you, immediately economy will not come out. Recession stays in the economy for 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, maybe sometimes 7 to 8 years also. Depends how mild or how severe the problem is. But these are the ways through which economy can rebound, economy can revive again. So lower rate of interest, people may borrow again, people may spend again. Money supply will increase, moment people will spend, producer will earn, people will buy new car, new house, jewelry, foreign trip, new furniture, renovation, many things will happen. So this was your cheap money policy. Who is doing this? Who is taking this initiative? Who is the decision maker here? Can I say government? So government participation is very important. It is very necessary. Only private entrepreneurs, no. So I would say 60-70%. Let the country be run by capitalist people, but 20-30% government intervention is important, is necessary, is vital. Without that, difficult. You cannot bring stability. Right hand side, there could be a problem of inflation also. Inflation is rise in price. A 10 rupee product is now available for 15 rupees. So value of 10 rupee note falls. Value of money falls. Poor people suffers. Salaried people, fixed income earners will suffer if there is very high inflation. And during the lecture, I have already told that any inflation in the range of 2 to 6% is a reasonable inflation. It should not go below 2, it should not go above 6. From India's point of view, the range what RBI has decided is 2 to 6%. That looks very reasonable. Now in inflation what happens? Price goes up, price keeps on rising, raw material is expensive, cost of production increases, workers are asking more wages, landlord is asking more rent, everything has gone up, prices are increasing. So in order to control the inflationary impact, under fiscal policy, government will take a reverse position. Tax will increase, less purchasing power. People will spend less because now they have less money. Aggregate demand will fall. Now can I say moment demand falls, producer may reduce the price. Moment demand falls, prices will cool off. Then public expenditure will be reduced, employment will fall, people's income may fall, aggregate demand may again fall. Government may not spend more money on development now, or government may postpone certain projects, government may spend less employment generation, less income generation, less spending capacity, demand again falls. Now this is which budget? Surplus budget. This was which budget? Deficit budget. So surplus budget will be used in order to control inflationary situation in the economy. Deficit budget is used to bring country out of recession or depression. Surplus budget should not be used other than inflationary situation, otherwise it is harmful. So this was about your fiscal. Now in monetary, central bank will increase rate of interest. Loan will become expensive, money will become expensive. People will borrow less, people may spend less, corporates may borrow less and they may not start new projects, or they may postpone investing money in the economy. Again aggregate demand falls because money supply has decreased. Now by doing this, this is called as dear money policy. Which policy? Dear money policy. So these are the ways through which stability can be maintained, stability can be achieved to certain extent, not to complete 100%. But who has played an active role here? Government. Can private entrepreneur do this? No. So when it comes to employment, national income, national output, balance of payment, savings, investment, aggregate demand, aggregate supply, consumption, interest rates, all these macro parameters will be completely controlled and absolutely controlled by the central authorities, that is government, and government is going to ensure that stability is maintained, plus economy grows. So students, this was your stabilization function. See, market economy means private entrepreneurs does not automatically generate full employment and price stability. That therefore government should pursue deliberate stabilization policies. See, business cycles are natural phenomena in every country, ups and downs may take place. So till here, if you want, looks reasonable and followed by these points. Economic growth, balance of payment, general price level is nothing but your inflation and deflation, output income, everything is central authority, that is government's responsibility. These are macro parameters. So three questions we have done: allocation function, redistribution function and stabilization function. There are bright chances any one may come in the exam. So in first unit, majorly there are only three questions: allocation, stabilization, redistribution. So focus more on these three questions. Do it thoroughly. By any chance you are not supposed to skip any single question out of these three. All three should be done properly. Please make a note. Going ahead, what are the different instruments available with the government to improve allocation? What instruments government will use to allocate resources? Directly coming to the point, can I say government may directly provide economic goods like electricity, public transport. So supply of petrol, diesel, LPG, electricity, water supply, railways, public transport. So all these merit goods are majorly with government. So that poor people are not exploited, private entrepreneurs should not overcharge for this public services. So that's why major merit goods, public goods are kept under government's belt. Government may influence private allocation through incentives and disincentives. It means if private entrepreneur is producing those goods which will benefit the society, which will benefit the people, incentives will be given. Like SII, Serum Institute of India, the company owned by Adhar Poonawalla. Now can I say they are into vaccine manufacturing? And in today's time, vaccine is very important. Demand is highly inelastic for vaccine. Definitely going to do welfare to the people. Incentives, subsidies, benefits will be given by the government. But if entrepreneur or if capitalist people are involved in harmful products, those products which are not good for the society, like cigarettes, alcohol, pan masala, tobacco, gutka, then it will be disincentivized. Penalties may be charged, higher taxes will be charged, so that production and consumption of such items reduces. Next, government may influence allocation through its competition policy, merger policy. Now, government will ensure there should be healthy competition, there should be fair competition among producers. Market should not be dominated by a single seller, so no monopoly should exist. Government will promote competition. Mergers, acquisition, takeover may take place, but government will ensure there should be more than 2 sellers, maybe 3 sellers, 5 sellers. There should be competition. Consumer should have a choice. And if any company throws monopoly behavior, tries to exploit consumer or tries to hurt other producers, not giving others enough place and space to do business, then anti-competitive measures will be adopted. Next, government regulatory activities such as licensing, control, minimum wages, directives on location of industry. Like there are certain businesses, like if you want to set up a wine shop or a telecom company, want to start your own petrol pump, pharmaceutical business, any defense production, harmful chemicals, you need to obtain compulsory license permission from the government. You need to follow certain compliance. So minimum wages, workers should be paid as per the rate what is promised. Location of industry, just an example, if a company is into production of those things which are creating pollution, such company should be located 25 kilometers away from the main city. So sometimes government gets involved in deciding the location also. Government sets legal and administrative framework. So there are various bodies and departments which are being set up, like stock market will be taken care by SEBI, IRDA will take care of insurance companies. So there are various government bodies. There is a separate pollution control board to take care of pollution levels, so far and so forth. Any of the mixture of the intermediate techniques may be adopted by the government. All above points, maybe 2-3 points combined, taking together, may be implemented. So this was your various tools or instruments available for allocation. Now this is nothing but stabilization question. You can have a look. I had already explained during recession what to be done, during inflation what to be done. So I would request you to read once. We have already discussed. So students, this is what you all are supposed to do in first unit of chapter number 2. So here we complete the first unit. I again repeat, majorly there are only 3 questions: allocation, redistribution and stabilization. Let's start with the second unit, my dear students, that is market failure. Now this part you have to understand properly because many concepts will be repeated or diagrams are connected with market failure related to this. Now students, what is this market failure? First of all, market failure is the situation which you will find across world in every country. In some countries it is too high, in some countries it is less, but zero looks very difficult, next to impossible. So you will not find any country where there is no market failure. No, market failure will definitely exist. So now market failure, in a very simple language, in a very economic term, I would say when resources are not allocated in a best possible way, when there is a wastage of resources. Economy will be at loss, maybe consumer will be at loss, producer will be at loss, society, environment may be at loss. Either of the party is at loss, that situation you will call as market failure. So when there is overproduction of goods and services, underproduction of goods and services, can I say raw material, labor, time, energy, resources are not put to best use. Whatever customer wanted, you haven't produced that. And whatever you have produced, customer is not ready to buy that. So when resources are not put to best use, or if there is no proper allocation, you will use the word market failure. So that could be a problem related to time, problem related to any kind of pollution, it could be anything. Like across India, metro work is going on, government is spending money in constructing metro, but can I say because of this metro work, there is huge traffic problem, dirt, pollution, noise pollution, and the nearby residential areas are getting disturbed. Now that whole situation leads to market failure. Right now I am taking a lecture, but the next room carpenter is using a cutter machine and he is doing his work, and because of that noise, I am not able to deliver, I am not able to speak properly, I am getting disturbed. That situation is market failure. Moment you spit on road, throw garbage, create litter, environment is getting spoiled, other peoples are getting affected. Market failure. So market failure has more than 5,000 examples. So any situation which could create problem to you or problem to others, maybe directly or indirectly, intentionally or unintentionally, you will use the word market failure. Like today people are standing in the line, today people are looking to take vaccine, but demand for vaccine is too much, supply of vaccine is less. People are waiting in the queue, standing hours and hours, spending hours and hours, but everyone is not getting vaccine on time because there is underproduction of vaccine. That situation is market failure. Vaccine is being wasted, market failure. So market failure is a situation which leads to misallocation of society's scarce resources. When resources are not put to best use, either it is impacting someone, that situation will give birth to market failure. Now market failure, two parts, demand side failure, supply side failure. Now if problem is created by individual, if problem is created by consumer, then it is demand side failure. Now when I did wrong parking, can I say my neighbor was affected because of it? I by mistake, or I may be doing it intentionally, I did wrong parking, I parked my car in my neighbor's parking slot, and now when his car comes, his waiting time increases, his frustration, anxiety increases, he is shouting on the top of the voice. Can I say because of me, other party is getting affected? So one individual creating problem to others. But here you have to remember one thing, who is facing the problem is not important, who is creating the problem is important. So consumer, buyer, individual is responsible, demand side failure. So I am creating litter, I am throwing garbage, demand side failure. My neighbor is playing a loud music, because of that my sleep is getting disturbed, demand side failure. One person creating problem to others in the society. It could be one producer creating problem to others, but producer should not come. In demand side failure, please remember, buyer, individual, consumer, creating problem to others. Very simple example, you all are paying tax to the government sincerely and honestly. But say example, if I am not paying tax to the government, if I am not contributing towards GST and personal tax, can anyone stop me to enter an airport? Can anyone stop me to enter a local train? Can anyone stop me to use a public library? No. Can anyone tell me, sir, please don't enter airport, you have not paid tax? So without paying tax, can I enjoy all government facilities? Yes, no problem. But can I say my behavior, my action created loss to the government? Government could have earned a little more if I had contributed taxes on time. Now this is the best example of demand side failure. Act of individuals having impact on the society, impact on the government. So last time I will say who is creating the problem is important, who is facing the problem is not important. That was your demand side failure. And in supply side failure, who will be the culprit? Producer will be the culprit, manufacturer will be the culprit. So because of producer, the producer could be the firm, organization, institute, government himself. Like metro work going on creating problem to others, now metro work is been undertaken by government. It's a supply side failure. Hospital is not disposing medical waste properly. Not disposing medical waste properly by hospitals is supply side failure. Who started the problem? Hospital, producer, service provider, institute, firm, organization. It can be government body also. That becomes supply side failure. Like I am a tire manufacturer, I am producing good quality tires, my consumers are happy consuming the product. Consumer is happy, producer is happy, but can I say society is facing problem because of producer? Why? Because at the time of producing tire, black smoke is coming out of the chimneys of my factory, which is polluting the environment and the nature. So that is which problem? That is supply side problem. Now in order to solve supply side issue, or in order to solve demand side issue, in third unit we will understand government will come and government will ensure that this problem, market failure to some extent is reduced. It becomes very difficult to make it zero, but it can be reduced. So your consumer or a buyer is a culprit and your producer is a culprit. So this was your demand side, supply side. Market failures, 4 types of market failure. You have market power, externality, public goods, incomplete information. Now just to give you an idea, see concept of market failure, it is given here. This is the meaning and this explains demand side, this explains supply side. So 4 major types you can say: externality, market power, public goods and incomplete information. Now let us understand the first, that is market power. Now what is this market power? Now students, market power, externality, public goods ultimately leads to what? Market failure. So examples could be same, examples can be repeated because ultimately we are speaking, we are talking or we are discussing market power, market failure. So first is market power. Market power means monopoly power or monopoly behavior of a producer, where one producer tries to dominate other producers. One producer tries to dominate consumers by charging very high price and intentionally reducing the output, creating shortage of goods intentionally so that price goes up, artificial scarcity so that people have no choice but to pay more. This is market power. And many times we have no option, we have no choice but to pay. Like moment you go to a multiplex to watch a movie, can I say a price of a popcorn and a price of a Coke is more than price of a movie ticket? Now a medium size popcorn will be costing you 180, 200, maybe 250. You never know, 300 also. But movie ticket will be for 150, 180. Same goes with other food items. Now moment you enter a multiplex, can you bring outside food? Outside eatables are not allowed. And if you want to buy anything, if you want to consume anything, you need to purchase from those outlets which are inside the multiplex, and they will charge you exorbitant price, very high price. You have no choice but to buy if you want to buy. Now this behavior is market power. This behavior is market power. You go to airport, things are so expensive. You go to 5-star hotels, a mineral water may cost you more than 200 rupees. Since they are not into that main line of business, they are charging, law allows them to a certain extent. But point is, are we getting exploited? Are we paying more? Are we overpaying for such things? Yes. So market power is nothing but exploiting other producers or exploiting other consumers. Producers will get exploited when predatory pricing is charged, below cost pricing, very low price. One company is giving services completely free for 3 months, 6 months. Then other producers' survival becomes difficult. Anti-competitive practices will not be entertained. But under market power, you will find anti-competitive practices. So who can control this? Who can reduce this problem? Can I say government? But government entry will be happening in unit number 3, not now. So this was about market power, monopoly behavior. Now, one producer creating problem to other producer, and that other producer is again creating problem to the first producer. Like say example, this is a steel plant and this is a bakery. Now steel plant is creating too much of noise pollution. Bakery is creating too much of air pollution. Smoke from bakery enters the steel plant. Workers are getting irritated. And too much of noise from steel plant creates problem to the workers in the bakery. Both are directly, indirectly creating problems to each other. Now, this is called as reciprocal externality. This is called as what? Reciprocal externality. So, now coming to the point called as externality. Now, what is the meaning of externality? Externalities means are those factors which may either give cost or may give benefit to others. Either it can be negative or it can be positive. So this was a reciprocal externality. Both parties were creating problem to each other, of course, unintentionally. So in this unit, please remember, intentions are not important. Whether my neighbor was playing a loud music intentionally or unintentionally, that is not important. Problem is happening. Market failure is taking place. That is important. So intentions are not. So now externalities are those things which may either incur loss to the third party, that is cost, or it may give benefit to the third party. So externalities are known as third party effects, spillover effects, side effects. Now these are the names given to externality. Now there is point called as negative production externality. Now what is negative production externality? Now your problem will be started or problem will be created by a producer. Like hospital was not disposing medical waste properly. Who created the problem? Producer. Effect on the environment and the people is positive or negative? Negative. Then negative production externality. My company was throwing smoke, my company was throwing pollutants in the air, negative production externality. Culprit will be producer. I am running a chemical company, every day, end of the day, my company is throwing waste in rivers and lakes and water bodies are getting polluted. So can I say act of a producer creating problem to others? And the problem is definitely negative, so you will say negative production externality. Who is creating the problem is important. Second is positive production externality. Now something good has happened. Producer has done something good for the society. The after effect is positive, but in return he has not got anything. Since there is no give and take relation, even though it is positive, still we will consider it as a market failure. Like a real estate builder, a construction company decided to build a beautiful public park. A beautiful garden was constructed in a particular residential area. Now, once that garden was constructed or once the garden was ready, now what happens? Because of the beautification of that area, the nearby residential property rates went up. Existing people now are able to generate good amount of rent and higher property price. Can I say, without people doing anything, they got the benefit. Now those people who are walking by the garden, they can enjoy the garden beauty. Plus their property price went up without they doing anything. So act of a producer gave indirect benefit to the others. But did producer got anything in return? Was there any monetary reward from the society members? No. So my action gave benefit to you. My action gave benefit to you indirectly. So say example, I was doing it for my own purpose, but that thing gave benefit to others also without I charging anything. Then that becomes what? Positive production externality. So one institute providing free lectures. Now even those people who haven't enrolled, they can also enjoy those lectures. Now this incident becomes positive production externality. So in return, institute may not get any monetary reward directly, but others got the benefit of those free lectures and they were able to score very good marks in the exam. Now this whole episode is nothing but positive production externality. But important is who is creating? Producer. Even if it is negative, then culprit is producer. Even if it is something good happening, producer. Third is negative consumption externality. Negative consumption externality. Now your producer will not play any role, consumer will come. That my neighbor was smoking cigarettes standing in his balcony, and that cigarette smoke was entering my house, creating problem. So active smoker creating problem to passive smoker. This is a harmful effect on others. Negative consumption externality. Now your culprit will be an individual, culprit will be a buyer, culprit will be a consumer, not a producer. So people not parking vehicles properly on road, creating problems and traffic to others. This is again negative consumption externality. Playing loud music, creating problem to others, negative consumption externality. Not paying tax, loss to the government, negative consumption externality. Spitting, throwing garbage here and there, creating litter, negative consumption externality. So please understand, your consumer, your buyer, your individual will be responsible. So last time, again I will repeat, who is creating the problem, that you have to see. Who is facing the problem is not important. And fourth is positive consumption externality. Now what is this positive consumption externality? So students, under positive consumption externality, individual has done something good, but in return he has not got anything. Like I was infected with measles and chicken pox. Before entering the classroom, I had taken the vaccine. Now can I say I have taken the vaccine for my benefit? But since I have taken the vaccine on time, it will prevent others from getting infected now. All students, you all will be safe now because sir has taken the vaccine. But I did it for my benefit. But there was an indirect benefit to you people. Did I charge anything from you? No. Then it is positive consumption externality. My action gave benefit to others. My action gave benefit to others. So please understand, any such activity which gives benefit to you as well as benefits to the society will come under positive consumption externality. So there were 4 subtypes: negative production, positive production, negative consumption, and last was positive consumption externality. So students, this was your externality part. You can look here. This is market power, 2 marks, looks very important. Externalities has been explained here. See, sometimes the actions of either consumer or producer results in cost or benefit. Here cost represents loss to someone, do not reflect as a part of the market price. Such cost or benefits which are not accounted for market price are called externality because they are external. It won't be included in the price or the MRP. So a very short explanation is given here, and in detail if you want to see what is negative production, positive production, negative consumption, positive consumption. See, smoking, at passive smoker, creating problem, public place, creating litter, these all are negative consumption. So I would request you to study from this. All 4 points are given and no need to write word to word. You can definitely put it in your own language. This you have to write full. Market power you will write full. So we started with what is market failure, then 2 categories: demand side failure, supply side failure. Culprit is an individual or a consumer, demand side. If a culprit is a producer, firm, organization, institute, maybe government himself, supply side failure. Then there are 4 types, subcategories. You have market power, you have externality, then third is public goods, we are yet to start, and last is incomplete information. So students, next video we will be discussing about one diagram which is based on externalities, and in that the problem will be problem of pollution. That will be negative production externality. Only one diagram in second unit, multiple diagrams in third unit. Moving ahead to the next question, now we are going to understand one diagram which is based on externality. Yes, here pollution factor is going to come into the picture. So be very precise, it could be negative production externality. So negative externality you keep in your mind. Now before we start with the diagram, there are 4 terms, 4 concepts which are going to come in that diagram. We need to understand that. First is MPB, marginal private benefit. So you please remember, benefit derived to one individual, benefit derived to one consumer, benefit derived to one customer is MPB. Like I went to a particular shop to buy a product, and after using that product I have got the benefit, I have got the utility, product is of good quality. I will say it is MPB, marginal private benefit. Second is MSB, marginal social benefit. So benefit to one is MPB, but benefit to all is MSB. All consumers, all buyers are getting benefit out of that product. So both are almost same, even the curve will be same for both. So please remember, sometimes we will use MPB, sometimes we will use MSB. Benefit to one is MPB, benefit to all is MSB. Next is marginal private cost. Now please remember, a benefit is given to, or benefit concepts belongs to consumer, and this cost concepts belongs to producer. Now what is this marginal private cost? MPC. So it is the cost which is incurred by a producer in manufacturing goods. So cost of manufacturing, raw material, electricity expense, labor expense, all this. are nothing but manufacturing cost, and manufacturing cost in this we will say it is marginal private cost. Cost incurred by an entrepreneur in producing goods, in manufacturing goods. Last is marginal social cost, that is MPC plus external cost. Now, what is the meaning of external cost? Now, many times what happens when a producer is into business, when producer is producing something, can I say pollution may take place? It could be air pollution, water pollution, noise pollution. Like my company was throwing chemical waste in rivers and lakes, and those rivers and lakes were getting polluted, and can I say the people who will use that water, they will suffer, they will die? No, my action was creating problem to them. My action was creating problem to them. So the problem or the issue what people were facing because of water pollution or maybe noise pollution, whatever, that represents external cost. The problems which we face because of traffic jam, because of metro construction, dirt, smoke enters our house, huge traffic problem, that is people, what problems are experienced by the people are external cost. They are not accounted in market price, they are external to it, side effects, after effects. So MPC plus external cost will give you MSC. These are the four simple terms: MPB, MSB, MPC and MSC. Now let us understand the diagram. Heading is negative externality. Problem will be a problem of pollution, and that will lead to loss of welfare. It will lead to what? Loss of welfare. This is cost benefit, I will write. This is quantity output. MPB curve I have taken, it is downward sloping, because as you keep on consuming more goods or more units, your benefit, your utility falls. Yes, this is your MPC. Why it is upward sloping? As you produce more, your cost will increase. OP is the current price, OQ. Now students, in the diagram, can I say you are able to see only MPC, that is marginal private cost. Say example, cost incurred for producing a tire. Let us consider I am a tire manufacturing company, MRF tires or C8 tires, and I am producing good quality tires. Customers are happy, consumers are happy, so whatever benefit they get is MPB or MSB. Now the cost of manufacturing tire is 5,000, that is your MPC. So 5,000 becomes your MPC, cost incurred for producing a commodity. So MPC is seen in the diagram. But can I say at the time of producing tires, producer is happy because he is earning profits, consumer is also happy because he is getting good quality product. But can I say environment is at loss? Because at the time of producing tire, a black smoke is coming out of the chimneys of the factory. Black smoke is coming out of the chimneys of the factory and creating pollution. Carbon monoxide is getting released, and people who reside in nearby areas, they suffer because of health issues. So can I say my action creating problem to the nature and environment? People suffer, birds, animals suffer, air is getting polluted, quality of air is getting impacted. Now that becomes external cost. Now that becomes what? External cost. But in the diagram, are you able to see any external cost? Are you able to see any line which represents external cost? No, because as if now I am not accountable to it. If government comes, then I need to contribute something extra from my pocket towards external cost, because I am creating problem. Not intentionally, unintentionally, but problem is created. because of too much of pollution. To say example, this line, this dotted line represents external cost. This dotted line represents what? External cost. And can I say MPC plus external cost will give you what? MPC plus external cost will give you what? It will give you MSC. MPC plus external cost will give you MSC. Now say example, if government comes, say example, just an assumption, because government is actually going to come in the next unit, not in this unit. If government comes, can I say government will tell me to pay some portion of external cost as a pollution tax or penalty. And moment I pay, what happens? MPC plus external cost I am contributing. How much I am contributing? As if now we won't be able to see, but I am paying something extra from my pocket as a pollution tax or a penalty, because I am creating too much of pollution. So MPC plus external cost curve will shift and it will become MSC. So new intersecting point is B. Can I say moment I contribute something extra, my cost will increase? Students, initially I was paying only 5,000. Now say example, if I pay 2,000 as pollution tax, now my total cost will be 7,000. My total cost will become 7,000. So my cost is increasing. Cost increases, price of the product may increase. See, now it was OP, now it will become OP1. And price will increase, demand may decrease, less customer will come, and automatically I will produce less. I will produce less. From OQ, we will go back to OQ1. So students, OQ, focus on OQ. OQ was overproduction. Why? Because I was considering only MPC. I was not considering external cost, neither I was contributing towards external cost. And I was producing and only producing, creating pollution and only pollution. OQ is overproduction. Now after I pay pollution tax, I contribute towards external cost, my total cost will increase, price of the commodity will increase, demand may decrease, output will decrease. So from OQ, it became OQ1. From OQ, it became OQ1. Now OQ1 becomes optimum production, because now I am paying external cost. I am paying a part of external cost, not full external cost, part of external cost, something towards external cost. So students, please remember this part, this area, this green shaded area. Can I say triangle ABC? Triangle ABC, the common wall represents AC. AC is external cost. External cost has another name, level of pollution generated. See, pay attention. Initially, I was producing OQ and I was producing external cost worth AC. That is nothing but level of pollution my company was creating. Now, can I say because of that pollution, because of that external cost, people were suffering, people were at loss, there was a loss of welfare. So students, this shaded area, triangle ABC, represents what? Loss of welfare. Triangle ABC, loss of welfare, problem, issues faced by the people. Then government may come, I may pay external cost, I may pay pollution tax, price increases, output decreases, loss of welfare will be reduced. After government, loss of welfare will be reduced. But students, here we have just assumed, here government has not come, just an assumption. In third unit, same diagram will be continued and actually government is going to come. That time diagram may look little different. But I hope you people have understood this. This is important. Negative externality we are explaining. Precise was, it was negative production externality as per the example. But see to it, MPC and MSC. MPC and MSC should not be parallel, it should go like this. Because logic is simple, as output increases, can I say level of pollution and external cost will increase? And as the output decreases, level of pollution and external cost will decrease. So they can not be parallel, it will be this way. So students, this was about one diagram based on externalities. So first of all, you should be thorough with these concepts, what is MPC, what is MSB, and then only you will be able to understand this diagram. And just a hint I am giving you, moment you see any diagram and in that diagram if you find shaded area, that is in chapter number 2, any diagram, then that shaded area will always be called as loss of welfare. Loss of welfare to the society, environment, people. So students, this completes our externality part. Please see to it you study the meaning of externality properly. Then what is negative production externality? Previous video we have done positive production externality, then negative consumption externality, positive consumption externality, and this diagram. So if a producer is a culprit creating problem, then negative production. If producer's action has given benefit to the people, benefit to the society without he getting anything in return, positive production externality. Similarly, if individuals, consumers and buyers are creating problem to other individuals, that is negative consumption. Like passive smoker is getting affected because of active smoker. Garbage people are throwing outside my house, that is again negative consumption. And same way, if because of we people something good has happened, society is benefited, whatever, then it is positive consumption externality. So this part is very important. We are expecting at least one question to come from externality. So please ensure you study properly. So just to tell you, this is the question we did just now. Diagram is done, formula is given, private cost plus external cost, and the precise answer is also given here. This is the explanation of the diagram. Own words, you can do it. And students, in our main lecture we have already done this in detail. I again repeat, in case if any of your respective professors have given you a separate answer for this or for any question, you can definitely follow that, no problem at all. See to it, logic, concept remains correct. And wherever possible, please support your answer with the diagram, whether it is 2 marks or 3 marks. So mostly diagrams are required in 3 marks question, but it's a personal advice. Wherever possible, support it with diagram. So this is done. So let us go ahead now. So total there were 4 types of public market failure. First was market power, second externality, now third coming to is public goods. Now coming to the third point, that is public goods. Now in very simple language, public goods are nothing but those goods which are owned by government, used by all. So ownership is with government. Airport, highway, dams, metro, power plants, bridges, all these things. Now ports, all these are owned by government, but everyone is allowed to use it. Now 2 questions may come from here. What are the characteristics of private goods? So there is a separate question on private goods, and then what are the characteristics of public goods. So, features of private goods, features of public goods. So, first I am going to give each and every point for private goods, and I will request you people, in case if you don't have notes for characteristics of private goods or characteristics of public goods, so while explaining I will go little slow. Please ensure that you make a note, you write all the points. It will help you during your exams. So, I again repeat, my dear students, one question is characteristics on private goods and characteristics of public goods is the another question. They may even ask a distinguish, or it could be a individual question as well. So, let us understand what are the characteristics of private goods. First point, students, private goods are those goods which gives utility to that person who purchases and consumes it. What is the first point? Private goods are that goods which gives utility to that person who purchases and consumes it. Now, students, say example, moment I purchase a laptop, can I say I need to pay a price for it? And moment I purchase a laptop, I will start using it, I will start getting benefits, I will start getting utility, me and my family, yes or no? So, private goods are those goods which gives utility to that person who purchases and consumes it. Second point, private goods have private property rights. Once again, private goods have private property rights. It means I can be the owner of my product. Students, can I buy a property in my name? Yes. Can I buy a car in my name? Yes. Can I buy mobile or laptop or a furniture in my name? Yes. So, I can be the owner. Private property rights. Third point, private goods can easily be rejected if person's budget and preference changes. Private goods can easily be rejected if person's preference and budget changes. Like, I want to sell my old car, I want to buy new car. I want to change my laptop. So, I can discard the old, I can get it new. I can reject the old, I can get it new. Moment my likes, dislikes, preference and my budget changes. Next, private goods can easily be distributed or parceled out. Private goods can easily be distributed or parceled out. Like, I can give my this watch to my son or to my daughter. I can give my property to my future generation. Wealth is transferable. So, anything which is owned by individuals, private ownership, can easily be distributed to other people as per his own wish. So, private goods are easily parceled out or distributed. Then, private goods do not have a problem of free rider. Once again, private goods do not have a problem of free rider. What is the meaning of free rider? Many times what happens, without paying we get all the benefits. Without paying we enjoy the benefits. Now, that you will see majorly in case of those things which are managed and controlled by government. Like, traveling in a train without ticket is possible. Traveling in a government bus without ticket is possible, and people are doing also. Can I say sometimes, forget about sometimes, majorly and in major cities there is a huge theft of electricity. That is a free rider. So, without you contributing, without you paying, you are enjoying so many benefits. But when it comes to private management, you will not find problem of free rider. Sometimes little bit maybe yes, but overall in general no, because they are highly professional, hardly they have any loophole in the system, and they will ensure that customer pays the money anyhow. So, from pin to aeroplane, from very small product to a very large product, for a very minute service to a bigger service, for everything they will charge a price. So, there is a no free rider problem. Next, private goods are rivalrous in nature. Now, this is a new word. Private goods are rivalrous. It means sharing of private good with someone. Repeat. Sharing of private good reduces the benefits. Simultaneous consumption of private goods by more than one person gives reduced benefits. So, can I say the car capacity is 5 5 people, 5 persons can accommodate in a car. Now, if 7 or 8 people enter the car, can I say others find it uncomfortable to travel? They don't get enough space and place to sit properly. See, the other person, his benefits are getting reduced because overutilized now. The car capacity is overutilized. So, sharing of private goods may give reduced benefits. Like there are 2 students and there is only 1 book. So, this student is saying I want to see page number 15. The other one is saying I want to see page number 25. Are they both getting same benefit? No, reduced benefits. Private goods are rivalrous. So, private goods are rivalrous in nature, simultaneous consumption may give reduced benefits. Then last point say private goods are excludable in nature. You can prevent others from using it. You can say no to others. Hey, will you allow a stranger to enter your house? No. Will you allow a stranger to use your car or a bike? No. Can you say no? Yes. Like say example, if you don't pay for gym subscription, once the free trial is over, are they going to allow you? No. What they will say, sir first pay, madam first pay, then only you can come and you can continue. So, all private entities, private enterprise, private institutes, private schools, colleges, universities, whatever, private hospitals, if you don't pay, then they have a complete right to say no, they have a complete right to say please leave. So, they are private goods are excludable in nature. So, students, these are the points for private goods, 6 to 7 points precisely I have discussed, and see to it all points you write in the exam if they come. Let's go to public goods. Now, public goods in true sense are government goods. Ownership is with government. So, first point says public goods are those goods. Public goods are those goods which are collectively owned. There is collective ownership of means of production. There is no private ownership. Public goods gives collective utility to all. Individual utility, no. Collective, since it is for everyone. A airport will give benefit only to me? No, no. Can I say airport will give benefit to all the visitors who are entering inside? All the travelers. So, it will give collective utility. Collective ownership, owned by government and everyone has a right to use it. Next, government goods or public goods cannot be distributed or parceled out. Hey, can I say this is your railway station, this is my government bus, this is your local train? No, you cannot distribute because you are not the owner. So, public goods cannot be parceled out or distributed. Then public goods do have a problem of free rider. So, I have already explained traveling in a local train without ticket. There are people who do travel without ticket sometimes. Then electricity theft, bus travel without ticket, and possible people not paying tax and enjoying so many facilities, free rider problem. So, in government, in case of government, yes, you will find this problem. Public goods are non-rivalrous in nature. If 10 people use the airport facility or 50 people use the airport facility or 100 people use the airport facility, benefits are more or less same for everyone. So, public goods are non-rivalrous. Students, just to tell you, in reality, public goods are also rivalrous, but we will use some other term for it. We will not say rivalrous. In a while, I will tell you what is that called. But as if now you say public goods are non-rivalrous. Benefits may not reduce, benefits may not fall. And last they say public goods are non-excludable. You cannot say no to others. You cannot prevent others from using it. Everyone has a right. Like if I don't pay tax, can anyone stop me from entering a government hospital or government school? Can anyone stop me to enter a public library? No. Because non-excludable, you have no right to say no to others. Everyone has a right to use it. It is open for all. That's why public goods becomes non-excludable. You cannot prevent others from using it. So, these were the characteristics of public goods, and previously we did characteristics of private goods. Now students, let us understand types of public goods now. So total there are 5 pure and impure public goods, quasi public goods, common access resources, global public goods, and last is free rider problem. Now we expect at least one question coming from any one of this, that is any one will come in the exam. So see to it. Let us see. So here you can find pure public goods, you have impure public goods, likewise you have quasi, common access resources, all questions are given here. Now students, what is this pure public goods? Please understand. Now pure public goods are those public goods which 100% satisfies non-rivalrous and non-excludability factor. Complete benefit. Whoever uses will get 100% benefit, 200% benefit, complete benefit. His benefits will never reduce. Now students, pure public goods are very difficult to find in real world. It is very difficult to find in real world. Pure public goods hardly exist. Particularly country like India, hardly you will find pure public goods. 95% of public goods in our country are impure in nature. Because the problem is number of people are more, quantity more, population is large, facilities are less. So everyone may not get the same benefit. Like if you travel during peak hours on a national highway, during peak hours, office hours, can I say those people who started early, they will reach office on time? Because there was less traffic, less vehicular activity on road. Maybe morning 7, 8 o'clock people started, they reached the office on time. But those people who are coming by 8:30, 9, 9:30, maybe 10, can I say that is the peak hour where majority of people are out on streets, going to their office, huge traffic jam, extreme delay in reaching the office, bumper to bumper traffic. Now same road, can I say those people who are coming late, their waiting time increases, their frustration, anxiety increases. They will reach office late. Now that road or that national highway is reducing the benefits, because road is only one, vehicles are 100, 200. Like say example, if government decides to shift army from southern borders to northern borders, hey, are southern states going to receive same level of protection or reduced protection? Reduced protection. Then such goods or services comes under impure public goods. Benefits are not same. Like once I was coming back from Bengaluru, to Mumbai, I was traveling from Bangalore to Mumbai, morning 6:30, 7 o'clock, I just logged into an airport Wi-Fi. Initially 25-30 people were logged in, example. But after a while, what happened? After a while, there were more than 90 people using that Wi-Fi. Internet speed, buffering started, downloading became slow. Then I decided to log out, quit that internet. Now can I say moment many people start using, the benefits may start going down. Everyone may not get equal benefits, everyone may not get same benefits, because facilities are less, people are more, facilities are less, people are more, then such goods or services are called as impure public goods. Pure public goods don't exist, very difficult to find. Like street light installed by the government is a pure public good. Like say example, government has installed a street light, and if you walk by the street light, you get the benefit of that light, full benefit of that light. And say example, if 10 more people are walking by the same road, is your benefit going to reduce? Are you going to get less light? They going to get more light? Something like this? No. Everyone will get in equal proportion, same. Now street light becomes pure public goods. But roads, airport, metro, local trains, government buses, government schools, colleges, vaccination centers, best example. There is a long queue. So early morning, maybe before 8 o'clock, those people came quickly, they got the dose. But those who were late, now they have to wait. And many times by the time their turn comes, lunch break. Again, if their turn comes, vaccine is over now, come tomorrow. All these things happen. Everyone is not getting same benefit. Everyone is not getting vaccine on time. Everyone is not getting quickly. They have to wait, wait and wait. I again repeat, people are more, number of facilities are less. So majorly all public goods are impure in nature. Now can I say the behavior is like rivalrous? Don't use the word rivalrous. Say such goods are impure public goods. So here is the explanation for pure public goods. See, if the major armies are mostly deployed in northern borders, are people in the south going to receive same level of protection? No. Then they can't be pure. They are impure. Impure public goods, separate example. See, Wi-Fi example is mentioned here. You can have a look. Let's move to the next, that is quasi-public goods. Students, quasi-public goods are also known as mixed goods. Now here there is a private benefit plus there is a benefit to the people, benefit to the society. My action gives benefit to me, but my action has given benefit to others also without I charging anything from them. Something like positive externality, something like positive externality. Now can I say you people have paid a price, you people have paid a price for chartered accountancy course? You have purchased books, you have enrolled with J.K. Shah Institute, you have done the registration, so you have paid a price for becoming a chartered accountant. Can I say after you become a CA, I wish and I pray you all become chartered accountant, and you will become, don't worry. Now, moment you become CA, can I say there is a private benefit to you? Why? Because your income will be decided, the degree will decide your income earning potential, that CA will decide how much money you will earn. So definitely there is a private benefit in becoming a CA. But can I say moment you become a CA, your uncle, your aunt, your some maternal relatives, paternal relatives, they may come to you to seek advice regarding GST, regarding stock market, regarding investments, regarding taxation. And can I say because of you, their decision making power is improved. You are giving them information, knowledge, feedback, opinion, suggestion, so they are able to take right decision. See, there is no loss to you. So, but see, in becoming a chartered accountant, in becoming a CA, there is a private benefit plus there is a benefit to the others. They are able to get good advice, correct advice, timely advice, and they are able to make correct decision on time. Hey, there is no loss to you. But can I say moment you start charging a fee, moment you start charging a price, people will run away. So government says it is very easy to keep people away from such benefits. Moment you charge, people will run away. So let this thing get continued because people are better off getting all this advice and facilities. Like if I take an injection, can I say it will prevent you all from getting infected when I enter the classroom? See, taking injection I had taken, vaccine I had taken for my benefit, but that gave benefit to you also. Am I charging anything from you? No. Behavior is like positive externality. Please understand. Like if I decide to take demo lectures for a particular batch or particular class, and in that demo lecture I have discussed completely about chapter number 1. In fact, the whole chapter 1 is covered. Now can I say I am taking demo lectures to market my product, I am taking demo lectures to make people understand that what quality or what service we are giving. But can I say attending demo lectures is a win-win situation for you also? Without paying, you got chapter number 1 completely done. And I was able to tell the people, I was able to tell the world that this is what I am going to offer. This is the way I am going to teach. See, I have done that for my benefit. But there was a public benefit, society's benefit also. then we consider this under mixed public goods, quasi public goods, private benefit, social benefit, private benefit, society's benefit. So quasi public goods focuses on mixed services that arises from the provision of the good. Like one gets sterilized against measles, confers not only private benefit to the individual but also external benefit to others. Quasi public goods or services are also near public goods. Education, healthcare possesses all qualities of private goods and some benefits of public goods. See, last line they say, however, it is undesirable to keep people away from such goods because society would be better off. Keep on continuing doing that good work of helping people, giving them for free. You will also get some benefit, others will definitely get benefit. Now they come under quasi public goods. 2 marks question. Coming to the next, that is common access resources. Now students, common access resources are those resources which nature has given to us free of cost. All free gift of nature. Mountains, trees, soil, air, heat, sunlight, water, sea, ocean, land, all this. Many more, forest, many more, pastures, many more. All free gift of nature. Now common access resources are special kind of impure public goods. They are a special type of or special kind of impure public goods. Common access resources are non-excludable in nature, but they are rivalrous in nature. Please understand. Like everyone has a right to use forest, enter the forest, trees, mountains. I can climb the mountain, I can use all natural resources, I can enter the sea, river, ocean, lake. Yes, no one can stop me because nature has given, everyone has a right to use it. It is non-excludable. But can I say overuse of such things, overuse of natural things may degrade and deplete our natural resources. We may try to hurt our environment because cutting down of trees just to create a parking for metro creates a problem. So trees are being cut, more than 2000 trees have been cut just to create a parking slot for metro. Now this is the problem. No one can stop, no one can say no, it is completely non-excludable, but we are destroying nature, we are hurting our environment, we are hurting our flora and fauna. Nothing will happen to us, problem will not come to us, problem will be faced by our future generation. For them it will become rivalrous, their benefits will get reduced. Like international bodies like WHO and United Nations, they say by 2045 roughly Indians won't be able to see forest across, hardly any forest will be left. Forest will be seen through a video or on a piece of a paper as a picture, because we are slowly converting our forest land into a concrete jungle. Completely we are destroying, and this problem is going to increase across the world. I am just talking from India's point of view. So these are common access resources. Today we are hurting the environment, we are hurting the nature. There's so much of dirt, so much of plastic, so much of garbage you will find inside seas and oceans. And during a high tide, everything will come out. Can I say it is a written gift given by God to us? Because we were responsible of throwing those garbage and dirt inside or in rivers and oceans, and now during high tide God has given us those things back as a written gift. So my dear child, it is yours, take it back. So tons and tons of garbage is coming out of Arabian Sea, tons and tons of garbage is coming out of Arabian Sea during high tide, and that is the best example where we are playing with nature, we are disturbing the nature, and nature is going to give it back. Floods, tsunamis, earthquake, drought, problem like pandemic, all these things indicates that nature is not happy, environment is not happy. Sparrow is dying because of harmful radiations, mobile towers, mobile radiations, many more. So they are non-excludable, but they are rivalrous. Who will suffer? We will not suffer, our future generation will suffer. So there is a term given to this. Common access resources are also known as tragedy of commons. They are also known as what? Tragedy of commons. They can ask you a question, explain tragedy of commons. Tragedy means we all are responsible in destroying our environment, destroying our nature, destroying our flora and fauna and biodiversity. The tragedy, we all are responsible. So tragedy of commons is nothing but common access resource. So this could be an important question, see to it. Next comes global public goods. Now there are several public goods, benefits of which occur to everyone in the world. Best example is vaccine. Can I say vaccine becomes a public good, benefits will occur to everyone in the world. Today every country, every individual is asking for vaccine. These goods have widespread impact on different countries, regions, population group, generations. These are goods whose impacts are indivisibly spread throughout the entire globe. Like eradication of polio is a global activity. Every country wants that there should not be a single case of polio or AIDS or whatever. So WHO explains two categories of global public goods. One is final public goods, which are outcomes like eradication of polio, just now I told, and intermediate public goods, which contributes to the provision of final public goods. Example, international health regulation aimed at stopping cross-border movement of communicable disease through reducing cross-border health risk. Like pandemic is the best example. Can I say traveling across nations, it has been restricted. You should have a negative RT-PCR report, COVID report, then only you will be allowed to cross the border, so far and so forth. Similarly, World Bank identifies 5 areas of global public goods, namely environmental commons, including prevention of climate change and biodiversity. The ice is melting across Arctic and Antarctica. So that is again a global concern. Every country speaks on climate change. Huge money is being spent in bringing climate under control. Problems like HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, avian influenza. Avian influenza is a disease which spreads through birds. Best example, swine flu. International trade. So this much you can write here. No need for the last point, not required. Avian influenza. So these are basically global public goods, not particular state or a city, not particular country, entire globe will be impacted. So global warming, El Nino, these are global events. Problem of malaria, tuberculosis, HIV, AIDS, COVID is a global problem now. So students, we are done with pure public goods, impure public goods. Both may come together, okay. So understand the difference properly. Second, we did quasi public goods, looks important. Third, common access resources, also known as tragedy of commons, and just now we completed global public goods. Okay, now students, coming to the last point under public goods, that is free rider problem. So there are total 5 pure impure public goods, quasi public goods, common access resources, global public goods, and 5th is free rider problem. Now what is this free rider problem? Incentive to let other people pay for goods or services, benefits of which you will enjoy. Hey, without you paying, you are getting the benefits. Hey, without paying tax, I am enjoying all government facilities. Free rider. Not buying railway ticket, traveling without tickets is a free rider problem. Now can I say sometimes you tell your friend that please share your mobile hotspot, I want to use your internet, then you will download so many things that poor fellow has paid money for that internet recharge and you are using it without paying or contributing. So using your friend's hotspot becomes a free rider. Gate crashing someone's wedding where you are not invited becomes a free rider. So free food you consumed. Now this happens majorly in case of public goods only. Why I will tell you, majorly, even in the private you will find free rider, but not much. Normally they don't have free rider problem, but government, yes. So without ticket traveling, or buying 2 tickets but there are 4 members traveling in that is also possible. Using friends hotspot, not paying bill to canteen bill and consuming more food without paying, all sort of things are possible. So benefit you have enjoyed but someone else has paid. So benefiting from the actions others without paying. Sometimes we tell our society uncle or auntie to give us the lift, that you please drop us near to the station, and we will never contribute. That uncle and auntie is only going to pay that. So can I say you saved your traveling money? Your travel expense was saved. That becomes a free rider. So a free rider is a consumer or a producer who does not pay for a non-exclusive good in the expectation that others will pay. Like road full of potholes, to be very precise, proper Indian road full of potholes. Now there are 4 factories. Now road is so bad, road is so pathetic that vehicles are not able to move properly, cannot be parked, customers cannot enter. So this factory owner decided to reconstruct this road and made it a proper good quality cement road. Now this poor fellow has contributed everything, and these 3 companies, these 3 factories got the benefit without paying anything. Now this becomes a free rider. They will never come on their own and they will never ask, okay, should we also pay, should we also contribute. Their behavior will be like, leave it, leave it, leave it. He has paid, he has done the expenditure, let him bear the burden, we got the benefit. Now this becomes a free rider type of thing. And even if this person goes and asks money from them, they will be like, we have never told to construct the road. You did on your own wish. We will not pay anything. You bear the burden. Now, can I say this is little wrong, but that is the human mindset. We always find ways of not contributing. We find ways of not paying only. So can I say if the problem is more, the free rider problem increases, can I say private entrepreneurs won't be interested in providing such goods because they want money. Private entrepreneurs want profit. So they will take a step back when it comes to providing any public goods. Like in electricity generation, you will not find many private companies. You have Adani Power, you have Tata Power, you have Torrent Power. That's it. I am not able to recall 2 or 3 companies, maximum 4 companies private, because there is huge electricity theft, there are n number of loopholes, they lose the profitability and revenue. See, in fact, public goods are valuable for people. If there is no free rider problem, people would be willing to pay a price for them and they will be produced by the market. Market means private businessman. If such free rider cannot be solved, following 2 outcomes are possible. No public goods can be provided in private market. So private entrepreneurs, they won't be interested in giving all these facilities. No, people will find some or the other way of not paying and enjoying the benefits. Private markets will seriously underproduce public goods, even though these goods provide valuable service to the society. So even though such goods are good for the people, good for their welfare, private entrepreneurs may underproduce because they are not getting money, enough money. There is a problem in the system. People are running away, enjoying the facilities without paying. So they may not be encouraged to provide such services or provide more of such services. So students, this was your free rider problem. So this paragraph, last paragraph is important, then first paragraph is important, then in between what you can write I will tell you. From here till here you can write. From here till here you can write. So if you want a precise marking, I have already given you, you can have a look. I will just zoom out. So for 2 marks or maybe 3 marks, please see to it, at least these lines, these statements you have to write. See, everything you cannot write in your own words, please make a note. 30-40%, maximum 45% you can put it in your own words. Remaining everything should be module language, JK Shah book language, the notes which we are discussing with you, the notes we are sharing with you, that language should come in the exam. So students, these were 5 types of public goods, 5 categories of public goods. Okay friends, let's begin with third unit now, that is unit 3. Government intervention in case of market failure. Now students, in third unit, actually government is going to enter, government is going to come, and government will try to correct market failure. Government may try to reduce market failure in the economy. So first question, role of government in case of market power. In this there is no diagram. Role of government in case of market power. Now what is this market power? Can I say monopoly behavior of the producer, where producer tries to exploit consumers by charging very high price, creating cartelization, syndicate, group monopoly, and charging more money above MRP, and that also producing less output. Artificial scarcity intentionally created so that price rises. Or a producer may charge very low price, maybe predatory pricing, below cost pricing, so that he can throw other competitors out of the business. So either producer will hurt group of consumers or producer will hurt other producers. So please understand here, if there is a monopoly power, if there is a cartelization, if they play a dominant role, then government has to come and government has to set up certain rules, regulations, certain legislations which will prevent or which will protect consumers from getting exploited. So for that, government has started Competition Act 2002, which was amended in 2007, which will completely protect the rights of consumers and producers. Rule says you are not supposed to charge anything above MRP. Product should be sold as per MRP. If movement product is sold above MRP, heavy penalties will be charged. Civil offence, maybe criminal offence may be considered. Wrong product, adulterated product should not be sold. Right price should be charged, right product should be sold. Genuine product. Now similar acts, you have antitrust law in US, you have again Competition Act in UK also. So all countries have made certain acts and regulations to protect the interest of the consumers. So students, please understand, few years back government had reduced GST rates on certain FMCG products. But 2 companies, Procter & Gamble and Hindustan Unilever, were not able to comply with those rules. They were still selling their products at the higher GST rates, and heavy to heavy penalties were charged by anti-profiteering department. That is the GST police, so that consumers get their benefit. If government has reduced the GST rates, that benefits needs to be passed on to the consumers. So that is about government intervention in market power. You can see here Competition Act 2002, later on it was amended, prohibiting contracts, combination, collisions between producer and traders, group monopoly, cartel formation not allowed. And many times government will see to it that one company should not copy the product of other company. There will be some protection given when it comes to patents, trademarks, copyrights. Complete protection will be given regarding innovation, so that companies are encouraged to spend money on R&D, to innovate, to come out with something new. But what if other companies try to copy the same product and sell at lower cost? Can I say the company who has spent crores and crores of rupees in research and development, they may lose? So here government through Competition Act will also see to it that they get protection from products being copied by others. So market liberalization, introducing competition. So no monopoly power, there should be more of competition. Monopolistic market should come into play. Control on mergers and acquisitions. So mergers and acquisitions will be done keeping in mind people's welfare. Price capping on certain products, certain essential commodities like food grains, maybe medicines. So upper limit will be set, not above this. Profit rate of written regulation, performance target, performance standards, like ISI was a very simple thing, that there are certain quality standards, performance standards you need to maintain, like RERA, R-E-R-A, real estate regulation. So on certain time frame you need to deliver the property, if not then penalties will be charged per day, plus case can be filed. Patronage to consumer associations, you have national forum, state forum, district forum, consumer courts. If there is any kind of injustice been done with the consumer, they will be heard. Tough investigation into cartelization. As I told, if anyone is creating group monopoly or showing monopoly power, tough action will be taken. Restriction of monopoly of the firms. So students, these were government intervention in case of market power. In this you will not find any diagram. See one line they have written, market power tends to restrict output and leads to deadweight loss. Deadweight loss means loss of welfare. Deadweight loss is nothing but loss of welfare, loss to the people, loss to the consumer. Okay, so let's go ahead. Second comes government intervention in case of negative production externalities. So here the problem is regarding pollution. Problem is regarding what? Pollution. What is this government intervention in case of negative production externality? Now can I say pollution creates problem to the people, problem to the society, problem to the environment? So in order to reduce or in order to control pollution, government has come out with various methods. Some are direct methods, some are indirect methods. Like for controlling vehicular pollution, they have introduced compulsory PUC, pollution under control. So 6 months, once in 6 months, once in a year, twice in a year, you need to check your vehicular carbon emission, how much carbon your vehicles are throwing. For that you need to obtain that receipt, you need to pay a small amount. Second, government has fixed certain emission standards, emission limits, that how much pollutant a company can throw in the air per day. So for that they need to obtain license, they need to obtain permission, they need to pay amount. So if they want to throw more pollution or more pollutants in the air, they need to pay higher amount for it. Permissions needs to be taken. If they throw less pollutants, they will be incentivized. Government will give them incentives for creating less pollution. So setting certain emission limits, certain emission standards, telling those companies who are whose business is polluting in nature, what government will tell them, that you please shift your factories and industries 25 kilometers away from the main city, so that residential areas don't suffer, people who reside nearby don't suffer. Then pollution abatement mechanism, this will be the third option given by the government, that change the technology. use filters, use mufflers, use better technology. If you are using coal, convert into CNG. If you are using diesel, convert into electric. So pollution abatement mechanism means shifting to a green technology, shifting to a better technology, shifting to that technology which will create less pollution or no pollution. But can I say for this big capital investment is required? Every company won't have that capacity to invest huge money and change or shift the technology, but option is given. So fixing of emission limits, fixing of emission standards, like from morning 10 till 4 you can throw pollutants from your chimneys, but not after that. Moment you exceed your pollution limits, moment you exceed your emission standards, criminal liability, penalties will be charged, imprisonment, both. So government has come up with all these regulations. So let us understand, and one very important thing, finally government is like that if not, then I will charge pollution tax on those companies who are producing. And can I say higher pollution tax increases the cost, and higher the cost, higher will be the price of the commodity, and if the price of the commodity rises, there is a major possibility that demand may fall. If demand falls, producer may produce less, pollution will be less, pollution will be under control slightly. Loss of welfare, people's loss of welfare will reduce, market failure will reduce. So let us understand the diagram. This is your MPB, MPC, they both meet at point A. Students, in unit 2 we had done similar diagram, but in that there was no government. Here actually government is going to come. This is your MSC. Now students, can I say this shaded area was called as loss of welfare? Shaded area was called as loss of welfare. AC, distance between two curves. AC is nothing but external cost. AC is nothing but which cost? External cost. So AC is external cost. AC is also called as level of pollution. So right now I am producing OQ output. Price I am charging is OP. Huge pollution is taking place. Environment is at loss. People are at loss. So I would write because of pollution there is loss of welfare. Dead weight loss. Loss of welfare, both are same. Now the shaded area ABC is a loss of welfare. Please understand, this ABC is a loss of welfare before government. Government has not come yet. I haven't paid tax yet. I am a producer. So this is the current scenario. MPC plus full external cost if I pay, then it becomes MSC. But please understand, full external cost I am not going to pay because no one will charge 100% tax. Some percentage I will pay. Maybe 10%, 20%, 40%, whatever. Some percentage I will pay as pollution tax. I will contribute something towards external cost, not full external cost. So now government comes, now government is telling me you are creating too much of pollution, you are supposed to pay external cost, a part of external cost. So students, last time if you remember in the previous diagram, cost of manufacturing a tire. The cost of manufacturing a tire was how much? 5,000. Now I am paying pollution tax worth, say example 2,000. So can I say my total cost will increase? It will become 7,000 now. So in the previous unit 2 diagram, I was just assuming that if I pay, then what? Now here I am actually going to pay. So students, moment I will pay, can I say my marginal private cost will increase. Initially it was 5,000, now it will be 5,000 plus 2,000. So my MPC will shift upwards, MPC will increase. So students, moment I pay, what will happen? It will become MPC plus tax. Now students, if you observe carefully, the pollution which I have created is AC. Look at the diagram, the pollution which I have created is AC, external cost is AC, but tax I am paying is AA1. The tax which I am paying is AA1. Some part I am contributing. So the curve shifts upwards, MPC curve will shift upwards and it will become MPC plus tax. Now this line was not seen in the second unit diagram because that time government had not come. Actually I had not paid the tax. Now here I am actually paying the tax. So you can see the original MPC, black color MPC curve, same curve is shifting upwards and it is becoming MPC plus tax. So what is happening to my cost? Cost is increasing. Cost is increasing. Yes, cost increases. Can I say price of the commodity may increase? Higher the price, lower could be the demand. If demand falls, producer may produce less. If producer will produce less, what will happen? Output will fall. It was initially OQ, now it will be OQ1. So students, OQ was overproduction because I was not paying external cost. I was not contributing towards external cost. I was neither paying pollution tax. So I was producing OQ, 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 OQ. But after government intervention, I contributed something extra from my pocket. Because of that, cost rises, demand falls, and because of that, I am producing less. Now OQ1 becomes optimum production because I am paying MPC plus paying some social cost, that is external cost, part of external cost. So now look at the shaded area. Can I say triangle ABC is a loss of welfare before government? Triangle ABC is a loss of welfare before government. Then my dear students, this shaded area A1BC, A1BC, I hope everyone is able to see. I will just zoom. Triangle A1BC is a loss of welfare after government. So can I say A1B, A1B, that much loss of welfare reduced. Now society is little better off comparatively. It will not become zero. Intention is to reduce the pollution, not to make it zero. So please understand, this is the diagram for understanding negative production externality, loss of welfare. So please remember triangle ABC, loss of welfare before government, and triangle A1BC, loss of welfare after government. So this is the diagram. Please support your answer with diagram in case if this question comes. It is no brainer, need not think much. Wherever possible, please draw diagram and it should be completely with pencil. Color, which color do you want? Don't play in the exam. Completely with the pencil. Should be very neat, legible. So first diagram and below diagram you will explain the answer. It should be not the first explanation then diagram. It is first diagram and then explanation. Okay then, so this completes your government intervention in case of negative production externality. So going ahead, this is the same diagram which I have discussed. They have mentioned MSB, I have mentioned MPB, one and the same, benefit to the one, MPB, benefit to all, MSB. No problem. Precise answer is given. So I will help you with the marking. Till here looks good. You can write as per the Environmental Protection Act 1986. See, pollution abatement mechanism, then fixing of environmental standards. If they exceed the limit, then it will invite monetary penalties and criminal liability. Fixing of emission standard, everything we have discussed, and the diagram. This you can write in your own words, no problem. This is the explanation of the diagram. Going ahead, what are the problems in administering an efficient pollution tax? Now government is taking the initiative and government is taking certain actions in reducing this problem of pollution by charging pollution tax, but students, this task is not that easy. There are n number of problems, a huge headache for the government in administering a pollution tax. Managing all this is a big challenge. Now, what are the problems government has to face while charging pollution tax? First, pollution taxes are difficult to determine. Now, what percentage should be charged? What percentage we should charge on the company? That is very difficult to determine. 15%, 30%, 60%, what? And first of all, identifying the culprit. Which company is the main culprit, actual culprit, who is creating more pollution in real sense? All these things are very difficult to determine. So, because it is difficult to discover right level of taxation, so just randomly, on just random basis, some percentage is charged. Whether that percentage is correct or not, whether the impact is positive or not, difficult. This method of taxing polluters involves use complex and costly administrative procedures. Like, can I say, government has to set up a separate environmental board, separate pollution control board, need to hire people, give them salary. Again, you have to hire 4 or 5 people just to see that they are not taking bribe. Setting up of a office, computer, back end, huge administrative cost. So, the collection from pollution tax will be 10 rupees, cost will be 13 rupees, other expenses. So, again, huge burden, monetary burden in managing all this. This method does not provide any genuine solution to the problem. Can I say, big companies, even after paying pollution tax, they may not increase the price. They may still sell the product to the customer at the lower cost, lower price. So, by charging pollution tax, is there a guarantee that pollution will reduce? Loss of welfare will be reduced? No. This is one of the options. Results are not guaranteed. And to be very honest, all these things are going in our country, but are pollution levels going down, to be honest? Answer is no. Delhi has the worst air quality in India? Yes. In case of inelastic products, producer can easily shift tax burden on the consumer. So, while producing those commodities whose demand is inelastic, say example petrol or diesel, demand is inelastic. Maybe certain plastic items, demand is inelastic. But while producing certain plastic items, petrol, diesel, huge pollution is created. Government may charge higher tax. Producer will be like, no problem, I will charge more from the customer. And since the demand is inelastic, any which ways people are going to come and buy. So, here the burden of higher taxes may be shifted to consumers. Pollution tax also have a negative impact on employment and investment, and many times producers may get discouraged. Like, every time government is torturing producers, pay this tax, pay that tax, pay pollution tax, pay pollution tax, pay pollution tax. Can I say, these people will get frustrated? Top corporates and producers and factory owners and industrialists, they may think, let us shift our base to some other country where environmental regulations are little easy, where environmental standards are little reasonable, where taxes are less. So, there is a high chance that good manufacturing companies or big manufacturing companies, they may shift their base to neighboring countries like Nepal, Bhutan, maybe Bangladesh. Possible. What will happen? Then our country may lose income, output, employment. It will impact our country's growth. So again, for managing all this, it's a big headache for the government. Government has to take a complete 360-degree view before torturing all these corporates. And again, by charging higher tax, government revenue will increase, but desired results are not seen. Actual level of pollutions are not going down. So this was about problems administering an efficient pollution tax. Going ahead, there is a concept called as cap and trade policy, market based approach. This is again one of the method adopted by government to reduce pollution levels. Now, like what is this cap and trade approach? Here certain tradable emission permits will be given by the government. Permits is a kind of a license or a permission. Like if your company is into that business who by default creates more pollution, then you need to obtain higher permits, greater permits, more permits, and if you want to create more pollution, buy more permits, pay more price, cost will increase, price of your commodity may increase, it will be huge burden on the producer. But say example, you have purchased higher permits, you have purchased more permits, and after some time you adopted pollution abatement mechanism. You shifted to a green technology, you shifted to a better technology, you shifted to CNG or electric. Now can I say you have already bought huge permits, but now your pollution levels have gone down considerably. So whatever additional permits you have, that those permits you can sell in the market and get your money back. They are tradable. You can sell those permits, get your money back. You can sell those permits, get your money back. They are called as tradable pollution permits, emission permits. So they are marketable license to emit limited quantities of pollutants and can be brought and sold by polluters. Under this method, each firm has a permit specifying number of units of emission that a firm is allowed to generate. Moment you cross that limit without buying additional permits, again monetary penalties, criminal liability, imprisonment, strict action will be taken. These permits are transferable and therefore different pollution levels are possible across regulated entities. Permits are allocated among firms with the total number of permits so chosen as to achieve desired level of emission. Sometimes what happens sometimes government will intentionally create shortage of permits so that price increases. If 10 companies are standing in the queue, intentionally government will say I have only 7 permits. Now price has doubled. Those who are ready to pay, please come. So sometimes if pollution levels are too high, situation is tough, that time. So this much you are bound to write, my dear students, till positive price of permits. Positive price means higher price. Advantages, 2 disadvantages, you can write any 2 advantages. It is more flexible and reward efficiency. If you create less pollution, you can sell your permits, get your money back. Maybe you can sell those permits at a higher price also, earn profit out of it. And there are 2 disadvantages. In reality, it does not stop firms from polluting. Big companies, sometimes they pay advance tax. They may buy more permits, they may do more pollution. So this is not the best solution to control the pollution. And they only provide an incentive them to do so. So there is no genuine solution available. Just one of the way of reducing pollution. So this was cap and trade approach, could be a separate question in your exam. So students, here we complete question related to pollution, the negative production externality. Pollution can be created by smokers also. Even consumer is responsible for creating pollution. I had taken an example of production externality, negative production externality. Friends, now next question is government intervention in case of positive externality. So I would write, let me change the color, government intervention in case of positive externality. So here I will write effect of subsidy on output, effect of subsidy on output. Now students, output is measured on which axis? Can I say x axis? So focus should be on x axis now. Subsidy is given by government. So who gives subsidy to whom? Government gives subsidy to producers. Students, is subsidy given on all commodities? No, it is given only on certain essential commodities, like maybe food grains, pulses, certain important medicines, so far and so forth. So let us understand the diagram. Along with that, I will explain you. Very simple, very easy. This is MSB, marginal social benefit. MPC is equals to MSC. Students, since we are talking about positive externality, so government will always try to encourage positive externality. Nothing wrong is happening here. Producer is not a culprit here. Producer has not created any problem. So MSC as of now has no role. So I have kept it constant. I have kept it aside. MPC equals to MSC I am considering. Both meet at point A, and the current output which is produced is OQ. But focus should be on x-axis, my dear students, output, because they have precisely mentioned effect of subsidy on output. Effect of subsidy on output, precisely they have mentioned. Now, as you know, just now we discussed government gives subsidy to the farmer, say example. Now, can I say moment government gives subsidy to the farmer, cost of production will fall? Like 100 kg rice, if I want to produce 100 kg rice, say example, my cost was 1000 rupees, just an example. Now, government is giving 300 rupees to me as a subsidy, then my cost will be 700. So, moment I receive subsidy, can I say my cost will reduce, my production cost will reduce, and I will be encouraged to supply more. So, lower the cost of production, higher the supply, market price will fall. So, as supply increases, price decreases, and if price decreases, more people will come, more people will buy, more output will take place. So, can I say society's benefit will increase? Now, those people who were not able to afford, those people who were finding it expensive, now they may come, they may buy more quantity, they may get food grains at reasonable price. I have just taken an example of food grains, pulses, maybe basmati rice example. So, here the ultimate beneficiary, government is giving ultimate benefit to whom? Benefit to the consumer. In the previous diagram, who was the target? Government was targeting whom? Producer. So, we shifted cost curves. Here the ultimate beneficiary is going to be a consumer, so we will shift benefit curve. So, benefit curves are consumer, cost curves belongs to producer. In very simple language, benefit represents your demand curve, cost curves represents your supply curve. In very simple economics language I am telling you. So, moment a farmer receives a subsidy, more subsidy, lower the cost of production, higher will be the supply, higher the supply, lower the price, more people will come, output will increase, benefit will increase, society's benefit will increase. So, students, can anyone tell me what is OQ? As if now government has not come, but what is OQ? Can I say OQ is under production and under consumption? Because we want to increase the output, we want to generate more positive externality. So now what happens? Movement government gives subsidy. Movement government gives subsidy. Can I say more output will be produced, more supply, higher the supply, lower the price, society's benefit will shift to the right. And what will happen? It was OQ, now it is OQ1. So students, can I say this part represents loss of welfare before government, because of underproduction. Nothing wrong has happened. Shaded area A, B and C represents loss of welfare before government. After government, what happened? After government, farmer got subsidy, lower the cost of production, higher the supply, lower the price. Now more people are able to purchase, benefit is increasing, society's benefit shifted to the right. So society's benefit shifted to the right means social welfare. So after government, loss of welfare is not shown in the diagram. Please remember, after welfare or after government came, benefit increased, MSB shifted to the right. Can I say loss of welfare would have been reduced? Loss of welfare would have been reduced, but how much it is reduced? Not disclosed in the diagram. That was only shown in this diagram only. Like ABC was loss of welfare before government, A1BC is after government. Now students, henceforth in any diagram, we just have to say one thing: loss of welfare after government reduces. We are not going to show loss of welfare after government, how much it looks, where it is, not shown in the diagram. So it is not going to come in the diagram, please remember. This will be only before government. Henceforth in any diagram you see shaded area, it will be loss of welfare before government. After government it has reduced, that you will write, that's it. So this was your effect of subsidy on output, Now one thing may come in your mind, but sir, your price is increasing. If you see, price is increasing. If you observe, A point price was this much. Now if you see, B price is increasing. My dear students, price is not increasing because movement subsidies are given. MPC, producers curve may shift to down. They may go down. Producers curve will shift down. But here clear cut I am telling, impact to be seen only on output. So focus only on output. So OQ was under production, OQ1 becomes optimum production. Now more people are coming, more people can afford, more people can buy, more quantity they can buy now. Society's benefit has increased because of subsidy. I hope this answer is very clear. See, full paragraph you are supposed to write. Below this you will find the explanation of the diagram. No change in this. Next is your government intervention in case of merit goods. Now merit goods are, there are many merit goods: public library, government schools, government hospitals, government institutes, many merit goods, railways, water supply, electricity, vaccination centers are merit goods. Now merit goods are those goods which are socially desirable. Government will always try to encourage the production and consumption of such goods because it creates welfare to the people. But can I say in our country merit goods are provided by two people, one is private entrepreneurs and second is government. Now if only private entrepreneurs take merit goods under their control, can I say these people will charge higher price and they will intentionally underproduce and people will underconsume? Hey, can everyone afford private hospitals? Can everyone go to private schools? Everyone in the country go to private school? No, but it is expensive. So if everything is under private, if everything is managed by private, if merit goods are under private, then they will underproduce, people will underconsume, because they will produce goods only to, or they will provide services only to those people who have money. So they are here for certain set of class, not for mass. Students, merit goods are rivalrous in nature. Or can I say sharing of merit goods may give you reduced benefits. Merit goods are excludable in nature. If you don't pay a price, they will throw you out. If you don't pay fees, you will not get admission in private institute, private university. If you don't pay bed charges, they will not give you the treatment. So they are excludable. They have a right to say no. So merit goods are rivalrous, merit goods are excludable, merit goods are limited in supply, merit goods are rejected by those people who don't have money to pay, and merit goods involves private cost, private marginal cost. For providing healthcare services, medical services, cost is involved, right? Even private hospitals, government, schools, colleges, cost is involved. So here government needs to enter, government needs to intervene, government needs to start a parallel economy. So left hand side you will have private hospital, right hand side government hospital, left hand side private schools, right hand side government schools. Those who have money, they will go to private, if not, go to government. By doing this, social welfare will be maximized, loss of welfare will be reduced, entry of government will act as a support system for poor people. They will also come, they will also get facilities, they will also get treatment at lower cost, maybe sometimes free, sometimes at subsidized rate. So slowly by doing this, negative externality will get converted into positive externality because of more facilities now, because now government has come, there is economies of scale, there is an advantage, poor people will not suffer, poor people will not die. So this was about government intervention in case of merit goods. And connected to this, there is one question: consumption of merit goods at zero price. Now, who has a capacity to give at zero price? Zero price means free. Can I say government has a capacity? Now, when price was charged, limited people were coming. But the moment it is announced that we are giving some facilities for free, can I say demand will exceed than supply, demand will far exceed than supply. Everyone will come because now it is free. See, look at the diagram. Y-axis price, x-axis quantity of healthcare. We have drawn a vertical straight line supply curve, perfectly inelastic, belongs to private hospitals. Then there is a downward sloping demand curve. Can I say supply meets demand at point E? And at point E, the price charged is free market price. Free market price is nothing but price charged by private entrepreneurs. Simple language, MRP. The ongoing price which is charged by private hospitals, private institutes, private nursing homes. And when price was charged, how many people were coming and getting the facilities? OQ people. Output quantity of healthcare was OQ because price was charged. But now, when elections will come near, government will come out with the scheme that at zero price, I am going to give certain medical treatment completely free. That is, at zero price I will provide medical facilities. So can I say moment looking at zero price, demand will exceed supply. When price was charged, OQ people were coming. Now how many people will come? OD. See, demand exceeds supply. So your demand is more, supply is less. Supply is before, demand curve is after now. This is a very simple diagram. Please understand, we have a downward sloping demand curve, vertical straight line supply curve. They both meet at point E. At point E, price was charged, free market price, normal price, MRP, private hospitals. The price what they charge is free market price. And that time how many people were coming and getting the facilities? OQ. But now government comes up with a scheme that he is going to provide some facilities for free at zero price. Can I say moment he says zero price, there will be a long queue outside, everyone will come. Demand was OQ. Demand was OQ, now demand will reach OD. Demand will exceed supply. Hey, but everyone may not get those benefits, because supply is less, demand has exceed far. Like government is saying that I am going to give vaccine for free, so there is so much big line. Everyone is standing in the queue, but is everyone getting vaccine on time? No, because supply less, demand more. So this was consumption of merit goods at zero price. So when merit goods are directly provided free of cost, there will be substantial demand for the same. Everyone will come. As can be seen from the following diagram, when people are required to pay a free market price, people would consume only OQ. Only OQ people will come. But if provided at zero price, demand will far exceed supply. It will become OD. It will become OD. So it was initially OQ. Now moment it is declared it is at zero price, it becomes OD. So OQ becomes OD. Demand exceeds supply. This can be a separate question, my dear students, maybe for 2 marks. I can repeat, support your answer with the diagram. Okay, now students, let's go to the next question, that is government intervention in case of demerit goods. What will be the role of government if there are demerit goods? Now previous question was about merit goods, railways, healthcare facility, education, which were good for the society. Now the word is demerit goods. Now can I say demerit goods are those goods which are socially undesirable, not good for the people and the environment and the society, like cigarettes, alcohol and tobacco products. Now cigarettes, alcohol, tobacco products are purely demerit goods. A person consuming may get utility, but not good for their health, not good for other people, not good for the society as a whole. So government will always try to discourage production as well as consumption of such items. But students, here please understand one thing. Here the main culprit is not producer, here the main culprit is consumer. Now people are consuming and there are health effect. And the society, family members, relatives, near and dear ones are affected. So active smoker will create problem to passive smoker. So in this case, can I say society's benefit will be less? People won't be happy, but please remember the person who is consuming alcohol, person who is consuming cigarette is very happy. Happy in the sense he is getting satisfaction, utility. So MPB represents those people who are consuming such items. And here in this diagram, MSB will be a separate curve which will show society, family, those who are suffering. So MSB curve will be below MPB curve. MPB are problem creators because they are doing consumption of such harmful items, demerit goods. And MSB are the sufferers, that is the society, friends, neighbors, relatives, all those things. So first point, demerit goods are socially undesirable. Second, they create negative externality on others. Third, government will always try to discourage production and consumption. But here the target is going to be a consumer, not a producer. Government is not going to tell producers that you don't produce because government earns huge taxes. Those sectors, they do create job opportunity. So here the target will be consumer. You don't smoke, you don't drink, you don't eat tobacco products. So since the target is consumer, benefit curves are going to shift. If the target was producer, then production, cost curve would have shifted. Now can I say, in order to reduce the consumption, government has enacted or used different ways. Like government has banned certain products in certain states. Like in Gujarat, alcohol is banned. Maharashtra, gutka is banned likewise. Then government announced the pan shops or the shops which are selling such products should be kept away from schools and colleges so that young generation don't get attracted. Then government started negative advertisement campaigns on televisions and in movie theaters, taking the help of certain celebrities, creating awareness. It is injurious to health, not good for consumption. Alcohol, cigarettes may lead to cancer. So doing negative advertisement campaigns. Then government has strictly prohibited advertising such harmful items or such products on television or any other media. Yes, indirect advertisement they do show. Men will be men, Seagrams, all such things they do promote. But not directly. Advertisement of such products is not done directly, not allowed. Then government has put all such items under higher taxation bracket, higher GST bracket, so that product looks expensive. But all these things, even after doing all these things, pictorial warnings, cancer related pictures on the cigarette packet and all those things, has not resulted into reduction in consumption. The outcome is not that good by doing all this, but government keeps on doing something or the other so that people consume less, people consume less, people consume less. But here now government comes out with a new method, that is deciding minimum price for demerit goods. Deciding a minimum price for demerit goods. Here minimum does not mean less price, minimum means very high price, and below that price should not be charged. So what will be the outcome of minimum price for demerit goods? So like say example, a packet of cigarettes, say example, costing rupees 150. Now because of other cess, maybe new taxes or whatever, any other charges, there will be direct hit on MRP. 150, now it will become 450. Just an example. This will be new price. Can I say ultra high price is charged? Can I say ultra high price is charged? Now this becomes minimum support price. Below this, price should not be charged. Now by doing this, what happens? A person who was consuming 10 cigarettes a day, he will not make it zero, but now consumption has declined to 6 cigarettes or 7 cigarettes. A person who was consuming alcohol every day in the evening, now thrice or 4 times in a week he is consuming, because now there is a burden on his pocket. Now price has gone up considerably. And the instruction will be given by the government, dare you sell below 450. So minimum price to be charged for such product should be higher price, that becomes 450, that becomes the minimum price, nothing below 450 today onwards. So by doing this method was adopted in some parts of India, like in Mumbai. Not to be very precise, it was in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, and maybe 1 or 2 states. In remote parts of these states, remote parts of Karnataka and Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, the results were seen. There was 8 to 9% decline in cigarette and alcohol consumption. But outcome is not certain always. Result may not be in our favor always, and result may not be in our favor every time. Because if people have money, if people have good purchasing power, they are going to buy any which ways. So this was a background. So please understand. Can I say if market is left alone to private entrepreneurs will overproduce such items and people will overconsume because they will earn money. Beyond optimum level production will be done. More output will be produced of such items and people will consume. That will lead to harmful effect on their health also, onto the society also. So let us understand the diagram, students. So I will write here government intervention in case of demerit goods. Government intervention in case of demerit goods. Minimum price for a demerit goods. MPB, this is MPC, cost incurred for producing such items. MSC, since producer is not at fault, there is no role of MSC here. They both meet at OQ is output produce, OQ is basically production as well as consumption, OP is the price charged. This is your MSB. Now, students, if you look at the diagram, in this diagram you will find MPB and MSB. MPB and MSB both as a separate curves. Till now in all the diagrams MPB was equal to MSB. MSB, MPB, MPB, MSB both were same. Benefit to one, MPB, benefit to all, MSB. But here MPB represents those people who are actually consuming cigarettes, alcohol, pan, masala, gutka. They are getting utility. Now one point may come in your mind, sir, if their utility is increasing, then why curve is decreasing? Students, that exception of DMU is not taken into consideration. So please remember, that is not taken into consideration. You only remember one thing. MPB represents those people who are actually consuming such items. They are very happy, they are getting utility. That's why MPB is on a higher side. But who is suffering? Society, environment, neighbors, family, near and dear ones. They are suffering because of others consuming such items. That's why society's benefit curve is on a lower side. MSB is on a lower side. So students, this shaded area A, B and C represents loss of welfare. Hey, who is creating loss of welfare? MPB is creating. Because of MPB, who is having a problem? MSB is having a problem. So that portion, shaded area, distance between two curves. Look at that triangle ABC. Can I say it is nothing but AC is nothing but distance between two curves? That is MPB and MSB. So that shaded area is loss of welfare. Now if I ask you, this loss of welfare is before government or after government? It is before government. After government, what is going to happen and how much loss of welfare will be reduced, that won't be shown in the diagram. That was shown only in one diagram, that pollution, not here or any other. So now government comes out with various schemes. Government is planning to reduce the consumption and production, negative publicity campaigns, higher GST, ban such products in some states. All such things government did, but government failed. Results were not favorable. So now government comes out with a scheme called as deciding a minimum price for a demerit good. Deciding a minimum price, fixing a minimum price, that means a higher price will be charged so that it creates the burden on consumer's pocket. It will pinch the consumer's pocket and consumption may fall. There is no guarantee. So students, look at the diagram as if now OQ is what? Government has not come yet. So OQ is the production before government. OQ is overproduction, overconsumption. Now government decides the minimum price. You can see here, this horizontal line represents price floor. Initially price was OP, now it is OP1, and output consumption may fall slightly. And that red dotted line should pass through point B. Please make it sure. The vertical red dotted line should go through point B only. Because point B is the intersection of MSB and MPC, which indicates that P1 increases the price for the consumers, and because of that they will consume less, and MSB may increase. Society's benefit may increase. So it should pass through point B. Please make a note. So this is the diagram for demerit goods. So now can I say after government, consumption and production is OQ1. After government, consumption and production is OQ1. Now OQ1 becomes what? OQ1 becomes optimum consumption, optimum production, comparatively. So OQ is overproduction, overconsumption, and OQ1 is optimum production, optimum consumption comparatively. It means it has reduced. Loss of welfare has reduced slightly. How much it is reduced won't be shown in the diagram. So please remember, this shaded area is loss of welfare before government. And after government, loss of welfare will be reduced. That is what we are going to say. So my dear students, this was government intervention in case of demerit goods. Come to the answer. If you can see, proper answer is given. The consumption of demerit goods impose significant negative externality. This line should be written in the exam. Therefore, private costs incurred by individual consumers are less than the social cost experienced by the society. Now, can I say, person consuming gets utility. He is very happy consuming alcohol. But society experiences loss of welfare. Can I say the production and consumption of demerit goods are likely to be more than optimal under free markets? Free market means private entrepreneurs will produce more of such goods. Okay, in other words, marginal social cost will exceed the market price and overproduction, overconsumption will occur. People will consume more, producer will produce more. It should be kept in mind that all goods with negative externality are not essentially demerit goods. So please remember, anything which have negative externality may not be demerit goods. It should have a harmful effect. Consumption should be dangerous. Like at the time of producing steel, producing aluminium, there is a high level of noise pollution. But the consumption of aluminium steel is not bad, it is not wrong. So they are not demerit goods. So answer is, this is the diagram which we have done. And these are the points you have to write, like prohibit advertisement campaign, negative advertisement campaign, then government has a complete ban on certain demerit goods, strict regulations are placed so that children and adolescents don't get attracted, keeping pawn shops away from schools and colleges, ban on smoking in public place, sale of tobacco away from schools. Government can also impose higher tax. So all these methods government has adopted. All these points you have to write in the exam. And finally, they come up with a scheme called as determining a minimum price for demerit good. Determining a minimum price for demerit good. Higher price, very high price, which should hurt consumers' pocket, pinch consumers' pocket. And there is a high probability that consumption and production may slightly fall. Please remember, students, always that when it comes to cigarettes, alcohol, tobacco products, producer is not a culprit because government is the one who has given license to him. Demand for such goods is highly inelastic. So even if government charges more tax on producer, what producer will do? Producer will easily shift the tax burden to the consumer because he knows people are any which way is going to buy. So here the main culprit, I would not say it's a producer, the main culprit is the people who are consuming, consumption. That's why in every advertisement you will find government is saying, you don't smoke, you don't drink. You will never find any such advertisement where government says, you don't produce. No. So this was demerit goods. Let's go to the next. That is price intervention. Next is price intervention. Two diagrams back to back. So first is minimum support price, outcome of minimum support price. That is MSP. Of late, this concept has become very famous because of the protest in North. Farmers are protesting. So this concept has been very famous since then. I will say benefit to producer. Example, food grains. This is your demand, supply. Both meet at point E. OQ is the output, OP is the price. Okay, now please understand. Outcome of minimum support price, MSP. Now who gives MSP to whom? Government gives MSP to farmers. Like many times what happens because of good monsoon, bumper cropping takes place. Huge output of food grains, pulses, wheat, bajra, jowar, rice, maize, mustard. Huge output is produced. And what happens? Very high increase in supply. Can I say market price falls? And now what happens? The middleman agent, they negotiate too much and farmer don't get a better price for their produce. So they have spent 1000 rupees in producing 100 kg of food grains, example. But market is hardly giving him 1100, 1200. So 6 months, 7 months farmers has put his life for doing agriculture activity, hard work, efforts, money, but hardly 100, 200 rupees profit per 100 kg he is getting, then he is not getting a better price, hardly is able to earn anything, able to increase his quality life, nothing. So sometimes what happens, they will request government that you do something, you give us a better price, you give us a higher price. Number of suicide cases rises, farmer don't have money, this, that. So in order to help farmers, government will purchase food grains from farmers and will fix a price. Like say example, APMC market, Agriculture Produce Market Committee, the middleman and agent, they were giving 1200 for 100 kg. 1200 rupees for 100 kg. Government will say, henceforth for 100 kg you will get how much? 1600. So my cost was 1000. Middlemen, they were giving me only 200 profits. But if I am selling everything to the farm, everything to the government, I am getting 600 profit. Now this 600 will be locked, fixed. Henceforth, minimum support price for 100 kg food grains will be 1600. Come what may. If market is not giving you a better price, we will give you. So, in the diagram, say example, for 1 kg price was 75, but farmer was not happy. So they requested government decided a higher price, helped in fixing the higher price. This is again price floor, and this becomes 150. This becomes 150. Higher price is fixed. What will happen to the supply? Supply will increase. Can I say moment farmer gets higher price, he will be encouraged to produce more, supply more? See students, in the diagram you may find demand is falling, but actually demand will not fall. Just you can show that it is going down. Since food grains, certain essential items are inelastic, people do buy. So this was about outcome of minimum support price. So please understand, government will fix an upper limit, a higher limit, and every farmer henceforth will get that minimum price. Government will pay from his pocket. Government will purchase those food grains. Government will park those food grains in government's warehouse, and from there it will be sold in the market. Ultimately consumers will be paying more if farmers are getting the benefit of subsidy. That is nothing but deciding MSP, minimum support price, and it is given to kharif and rabi crops. Only to the farmers MSP is given. Next is, so this was about 3 points we have already mentioned here. All 3 points you have to write. This is the diagram, price floor. It was about MSP. So first diagram, then explanation. Please make a note. Next comes market outcome of price ceiling. Here I will write market outcome of price ceiling. Market outcome of price ceiling. Now, minimum support price was the upper limit fixed, nothing below that. Market outcome of price ceiling represents fixing a lower price. See, in the first diagram, in this diagram, can I say benefit was given to producer? Benefit was given to the producer, that is farmer, and producer always needs a higher price. So here students, I will write benefit to consumer. So here consumer will always require lower price. Example, certain life-saving drugs, certain very important medicines, maybe a chemotherapy, maybe an injection like a remdesivir. Of late, people were behind that and there was a shortage, price had gone up. So they are basically life-saving drugs. So here government is going to help lower income group, poor people in fixing the lower price. So this is your demand and this is your supply curve. They both meet at point. This is point E. Now demand for medicine, supply of medicine, currently the price charge was 150 rupees, which was very high price. Government decides to call a meeting of all pharmaceutical companies. Cipla, Dr. Reddy, Ranbaxy, Aurobindo Pharma, Glenmark, all these companies will come and government is like that henceforth you should sell certain important medicines at lower price. Whatever loss you will incur, I will give you as a subsidy, as a grant, as a tax benefit. But henceforth lower price should be charged for certain essential products, essential medicines. Poor people, lower income group are suffering. They won't be able to afford. They won't be able to buy at 150. They will die. So now henceforth the lower price should be charged and the new price decided is, say example 75. Can I say price has gone down? This is price ceiling. What will happen when price falls? Can I say, see, demand will increase. And here supply will not decrease, but you just show as a vertical line. So now more people will come, more people will buy that medicine. Those who were initially not able to afford, now they can also come, they can also purchase, use. So please understand, this is nothing but deciding the lower price for the consumers. Benefit need to be given to the consumers. Benefit to the consumers. So minimum support price is nothing but an upper limit, and price ceiling represents lower price, that is nothing but the maximum price. Henceforth, dare you sell above 75. What language government will speak here? In this diagram, what language government will speak? Dare you sell above 75. You should not charge anything above 75. 75 becomes maximum price, MRP. And here what will be the language? In this diagram, what will be the language? Dare you sell below 150. Nothing. You should not charge anything below 150. Minimum price a farmer will get is 150. Henceforth, come what may. If no one is giving, government will give. So one is upper limit, one is lower limit. So this completes your question, price intervention, and this is the end of your third unit. So I would see you very soon in next unit, that is unit number 4. Okay students, let's begin with the fourth unit. Again a very small interesting unit. Now students, fiscal policy. Now when I started this chapter, I had told fiscal represents government's purse or a wallet, where money comes in, very fast money goes out. Basically here we are going to talk about government's expenditure and income related activities. So where government is spending, how much government is spending, from where government will earn, how much loan government will take, from where, all those things. So fiscal policy divided into 4 parts. We have public revenue, second is public expenditure, third is public debt, fourth is budget. Now, public revenue, 2 parts. You have direct tax, indirect tax. Public expenditure, 2 parts. Pump priming and compensatory spending. Public debt also 2 parts, internal debt, external debt, and budget you have 3. You have balance budget, surplus budget, deficit budget. So first is public revenue. Public revenue means government is receiving money. Now, government may earn money from different sources. Like government gets money through taxation. It could be direct tax, indirect tax. Government earns money through disinvestment, that is capital receipts. Government's loss-making company sold to private and government gets money for it, that is disinvestment. Government gets money from fees, fines, penalties, license fee, passport registration you have to pay a fee, driving license you have to pay a fee, for birth certificate you have to pay a fee. That is again in non-tax revenue for the government. So these all are the sources of revenue for the government. But the biggest source is taxation. Again, I say taxation is nothing but a compulsory payment made by the public to the government without any quid pro quo, something in return. So direct tax is that tax where impact and incidence falls on the same person. Personal income tax, corporate tax, wealth tax, they are a direct tax. Impact will be on me and I am the one who is going to pay it ultimately. Next is indirect tax. GST, goods and service tax, is indirect tax which is charged on goods and services. So where impact will be on one person but the final burden will fall on other person. Producer will pay excise duty while manufacturing, but ultimately the burden will be shifted to consumer. So direct taxes are impact incidence, that is initial burden, final burden, same person. Indirect taxes, initial burden on one person, final burden on other person. Now unfortunately in our country, the tax collection is not that great. Hardly 5 to 6% of our population pays direct tax. Out of every 100 voters in India, there are 5 taxpayers. So because of less collection from direct taxes, the burden shifts on indirect taxes. And that is the reason we find the petroleum products, petrol, diesel, are very expensive today. It has reached 3 digits. So tax and non-tax. But direct tax and indirect tax are the biggest income earning source for the government. Please remember. Next is public expenditure. Your money is going to go out, students. Money will go out, and government spends money in different areas for different purpose. There is a developmental expenditure. Money is spent on infrastructure, dams, airports, metro, highway, construction of power plants. Developmental. More of self-financing in nature. Today government is spending money for metro. Can I say tomorrow same metro is going to earn money to the government? Self-financing. Employment generation. Supports country's development, growth, infrastructure creation, capital formation. So developmental expenditure should be more. Next is non-developmental. Too much money spent on disaster management, too much money spent on relief work, too much money spent on defense, too much money spent in constructing statues. I won't say much on this, but priority should not be statue. Priority should be something else. Now this COVID-19 has told, or COVID-19 has given us a very good example or a warning that hospitals are more important than statues. So first we need to upgrade and uplift our health infrastructure, and then we can definitely focus on tourism. So I am not against statues. I am against to which priority is given. So let us not get into this. Okay, so this was about public expenditure, money going out. Some are developmental, some are non-developmental. Some money could go in a form of export subsidy, incentives, transfer payment, pension, all those things. Money gone is gone forever. And last would be revenue expenditure, money spent on day-to-day activities of the government, daily working of the economy, all those things. Now in that there are 2 things, pump priming and compensatory spending. Now what is this pump priming? Pump priming is the activity which is initiated by government. This will be used, or this will be initiated when economy is into recession or when economy is into depression. Can I say when economy is into recession or depression, all economic activities are down, GDP has gone down, private entrepreneurs are not investing, they have become pessimistic, hardly they are putting any money in the economy, or sometimes no. So stock market down, GDP down, huge unemployment, people have lost the job, situation is very tough. Financial crisis of US, pandemic situation 2020 March onwards, that was all recessionary, depressionary situation. So in order to bring the economy out of the problem, what government will do? Government is going to borrow money, huge money will be borrowed and huge money will be pumped in the economy. It will be a one-time booster dose. In short, putting steroids in the economy, putting oxygen in the economy in a form of additional money. So money will be printed or money will be borrowed from central banks. Now from last 1.5 years, the whole world is suffering, you know. And central banks across world, they have printed unprecedented amount of money. Trillions and trillions are deposited or put in the economy. So they act as an oxygen, they act as a steroid, money supply increases, During that phase, interest rates are close to zero, sometimes negative. And by doing this, they try to revive the economic activity. They feel entrepreneurs may come out, they may borrow at 0% at a very low rate of interest. Again, economic activities may start. This is called as pump priming because private investments are deficient. There is a deficiency in private investment. Negligible private investments. Money is not rotating in the economy. There is huge level of negativity and pessimism. In order to solve all this shortage of money supply problem, government has to pump money in the economy, and slowly you will see some sign of revival, but it will take time. This is pump priming. Now, what is the compensatory spending? Now, compensatory spending is a situation where private investments have come, but it is less compared to what they have committed. Like in 2018, the commitment given by top corporates of India was they will invest 100 crore in the economy, example. But actual investment was 80 crore. Can I say there is a shortfall of 20 crore? So that government will put from his pocket, government will ensure that whatever target we had said, it should not fall behind that. So only the balance will be compensated by the government when there is some shortfall in private investments. But please remember, pump priming is not a frequent activity. Pump priming is not done every day. Pump priming is not done every year. It will be done when situation is in deep problem, critical problem. Growth has gone down, recession, depression, all this. So it will help the economy to revive, come out of the problem. So this was your pump priming and compensatory spending. Separate answer is given. Next is public debt. My dear students, public debt means government is borrowing money. So when government's revenue falls short of its expenditure. So government revenue is 100 and say example government's expenditure is 80, but this situation you will not find. Income more, expenditure less, income more, expenditure less. No. Will you find this situation? Absolutely yes. 80 becomes deficit. 80 is deficit. Now government has many options. Government will make use of central bank, may tell central bank to print currency, that is deficit financing. But this window is being shut down. Deficit financing is not entertained. Unnecessary, it leads or it increases inflation. Then money from post office, national savings certificate, Kisan Vikas Patra, small savings. This is called as what? Small savings. Or government will issue bonds. Banks will invest money. Individuals, corporates, retail clients may invest money in the bonds. Government will give interest on it. So these are the different ways through which deficit can be recovered. Deficit will be arranged. Borrowing will be done. Even sometimes money is borrowed from external sources. World Bank, IMF, Asian Development Bank, maybe from top countries like maybe Germany, US, UK. So if money is borrowed within domestic territory, if money is borrowed within our country, then it is internal debt. But if money is borrowed from outside India, from other international institutes and agencies, then it is external debt. Roughly if I tell, till 2021, February, roughly $70 billion was our external debt. $570 billion. That is Feb, March data, rough data I am giving you. $570 billion is our external debt. So this was about a public debt. So public debt will come into the picture only when government's expenditure are more than revenue. Revenue is not able to match with the expenditure. And last comes budget. Now budget is a yearly event. Once in a year, 1st Feb every year, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji, she is going to come, she is going to speak, she is going to present the budget in the Parliament. And our budget is both backward looking and forward looking. Income and expenditure of the past year, income and expenditure of the current year, and we will also discuss the income and expenditure of the upcoming year. Now it is known as annual financial statement. Budget is known as what? Annual financial statement of estimated receipts and expenditure of the government. So how much money is government is going to get from which all sources? Rough idea. And where all, for what all purpose government is going to spend. How much will be developmental, how much will be planned, how much will be non-planned. Everything will be discussed in the budget. So three types, you have balanced budget, surplus budget, deficit budget. So students, in balanced budget, revenue is equal to expenditure. So if government has 100 rupees, maximum they will spend is 100. Your extravagant expenditure will be avoided. Adam Smith is a very big follower of balanced budget. He only gave the concept called as sound finance. We have done in the lectures. Next, surplus budget, where revenue is more, expenditure is less. So revenue is more than expenditure. 100 is the revenue, expenditure will be 80. Now in this, what government will do? Government will increase the tax, government will reduce public expenditure. PE stands for public expenditure. PE stands for public expenditure. So higher income and lower expenditure. Higher taxes means higher income of the government and less public expenditure. Less dams, less roads, less airport, less metro. Construction will be done. Projects will be postponed, so that there is less money supply in the economy. And please remember, surplus budget is used in order to control inflationary problem. And it should be used only during inflationary situation. It should not be used other than inflation problem. Otherwise, growth will fall down. So it is used to control problem of inflation. So surplus budget should be used only during higher level of inflationary situation. If Reserve Bank of India or if any country central bank is not able to control inflationary situation, then only government will intervene with surplus budget. Like 2002, 2004, we had used surplus budget in order to control problem of inflation. And last is deficit budget, where revenue is less, expenditure is more. Revenue is less, expenditure is more. Revenue is 100, expenditure is 180. Now in this, what government will do? Government will reduce the tax, increase public expenditure. More expenditure and less income. More expenditure and less income. Can I say deficit? So government is going to spend more than what he earns. He will borrow and he will spend, because government wants to bring country out of depression, out of recession. So this is used during recession or depressionary situation. Now please remember, deficit budget, today you will find every country using deficit budget. Deficit budget was made famous by J.M. Keynes. He is a modern economist. John Maynard Keynes. And he was of that opinion, every country should use deficit budget, because deficit budget will give you what? Growth. Growth increases. GDP increases. But please remember, too much of GDP, too much of higher growth. My dear students, can I say higher growth and higher GDP is because of higher aggregate demand? So because of this, again problem of inflation can come in the country. So just for your knowledge purpose, please remember, higher GDP leads to higher inflation. They both have direct relation. And if you want to reduce inflation, you need to sacrifice growth a bit. But if every country wants to develop, bring country out of the recession, then it has to be deficit budget. So deficit budget overall is good. But too much of deficit, too much of borrowing, and having no capacity to repay, then country may get stuck up into a debt trap. So Keynes is saying country needs to be very careful, very cautious if he's using deficit budget, but it is good since it promotes growth, increases higher aggregate demand. So students, these were three types of budget. So we have done what is public revenue, public expenditure, public debt and budget. So students, if you see here, just now we discussed pump priming, compensatory spending. So till here it is pump priming. You have no choice but to write. You can definitely write in your own words. But statements like this, one shot injection of the government in depressed economy, then it is a temporary fiscal stimulus in order to set off the multiplier process. It was widely used by the government during post-war era. But please remember, too much of pump priming, again, inflation, the birth of inflation may take place. You have to be very careful. And from year till year, it is compensatory spending, 3 lines. Then public debt I have discussed, my dear students. We have 2, internal, external. So small savings I discussed, government bonds I discussed, money taken from national savings certificate, money borrowed from outside sources, it is external debt, within country, internal debt. All these things you need to mention. Students, repayment of debt by the government increases the availability of money in the economy, aggregate demand increases. Hey, moment these bonds mature and when government repays money to us, can I say now we will have more money in our savings account? Now we can spend more. So there is a high probability people may withdraw, people may spend, money supply increases, demand increases. But moment you invest money in government bonds, money reduces because now money is with the government. Moment government repays, money supply increases. Now people have money in their bank account again. They may withdraw, they may spend. Taxes also I have discussed. This is nothing but your public revenue. Biggest income earning source is tax. So most important source for the government. Then it determines the size of disposable income in the hands of general public. Higher income people will pay higher taxes. So please remember, in order to control inflation, tax will be increased, and in order to bring country out of depression, tax will be decreased. A lower taxes, more money in the hands of the people. Higher taxes, less purchasing power with the people. So can I say low corporate tax increases the prospects of profits for the business and promotes for future investments. So lower corporate tax, entrepreneurs will be encouraged. They may come out, they may start investing, they may start new projects. Okay, and this was your budget. This whole paragraph you have to write. Balanced budget, surplus budget, deficit budget. Expenditure in a year is equal to revenue, then balanced budget. Surplus budget occurs when government collects more than what he spends. So in short, leakages exceeds injection. This language you people know. Surplus budget, leakages are more than injections. And in deficit, injections are more than leakages because spend. So in deficit, government expenditure in a year is greater than tax revenue. This is deficit budget, where injections will be more than leakages. So 3 things, leakages are equal to injection, balanced budget. Leakages are more than injection, surplus budget. Leakages are less than injection, deficit budget. A leakage means a percentage which is not rotating in the economy, percentage of money not rotating in the economy, not used for some any economic activity. Then it becomes a leakage. But if more money flows, injection. And This is your public expenditure. So it could be for current expenditure, it could be for buying government capital infrastructure, developmental expenditure, transfer payments like pension, subsidies, all these are transfer payments. So during recession, it may initiate a fresh wave of public works such as construction of road, irrigation, ports, electrification. More money will be spent on infrastructure so that there is more job creation, more employment. Again, people will earn more money. Again, people may come out, people may spend. That's why. So can I say if government spends more, it directly generates income to labor and suppliers of material and services, demand for steel, wood, construction workers, cement, ceramic tiles, automatically demand for iron, automatically increases. Other sectors will grow, it will have a multiplier effect. And whatever income people will earn out of it, can I say with that they are going to buy consumer goods, TV, AC, mobile car, two-wheeler, refrigerator, microwave. So it will have a spillover effect, ripple effect, positive ripple effect. It will spread. So this was about your public expenditure. So students, we completed 4 things. Number 1 was public revenue, second public expenditure, third was public debt, fourth was budget. In public revenue, please remember, major focus is on tax, direct tax, indirect tax. A government also earns money from non-taxes, fees, fines, penalties, escheats, profits earned by government companies. So that we have not discussed much in this. Major focus is taxes, taxation. Public expenditure, broadly classified into 2 parts, pump priming, compensatory spending. Very important focus on that, separate answer is given. Otherwise, overall, there are 4. Developmental, that is infrastructure, non-developmental, too much money on defense. Third could be transfer payments, pension and everything. Fourth is to meet current expenses, day-to-day expenses of the government. In public debt, 2 internal debt, external debt, and in budget, there were 3 balanced budget, surplus budget, deficit budget. Inflationary situation, you want to control, surplus budget. Bringing country out of depression, then it has to be deficit budget. Balanced budget is not used by any countries. It's a traditional budget, old budget was propounded by Adam Smith. So this is what you will study in these 4 questions. Now students, coming to the next question, that is, what is non-discretionary fiscal policy, which is also known as automatic stabilizer. So what is non-discretionary or automatic stabilizer? Now please pay attention. Now, non-discretionary fiscal policy basically represents that in day-to-day activities of the government or day-to-day activities of our country, central government may not always intervene. Basically, our country runs on an auto mode. Already certain FAQs are given, frequently asked questions. Already solutions are being predetermined. Lower level authorities, respective cabinet ministers will just implement it. So non-discretionary fiscal policy shows inactiveness of the government in the daily working of the economy. So ups and downs, fluctuations, good phase, bad phase, expansions, contractions will be automatically controlled without too much of government intervention. So automatic stabilizer is that program which controls the fluctuations taking place in GDP. It will increase GDP moment it starts falling, and it will reduce GDP moment it increases too much, because too much increase in GDP may bring inflation. That's why. So there are certain built-in fiscal mechanisms, there are certain built-in tax and expenditure mechanisms which will automatically operate depending upon the situation. So when tax will increase, when tax will decrease, when public expenditure will increase, when it will decrease, everything is predetermined. Like if economy is going in contraction mode or recessionary situation, then automatically taxes will start going down, rate of interest may start going down, public expenditure may go up. This solution is already predetermined. So expansions and contractions will be managed automatically, and during recession, if the economy is in recession, aggregate demand will increase automatically, and when there is very high inflation, aggregate demand may fall automatically without government intervention. So there are 5 to 6 points, very simple, you can write in your own words, but chances they may ask this question for 2 months. So you can see total 6 points are given till here. So it is a fiscal policy, non-destination fiscal policy or automatic stabilizer are part of the structure of the economy which have built-in fiscal mechanism that automatically reduces expansions and contractions. Automatically stability will be brought in the economy. In most of the economies, changes in the level of taxation and level of government spending occurs automatically. Any government program that automatically tells to reduce fluctuations in GDP is called as automatic stabilizer. Now students, in the exam you are supposed to write this language, automatic stabilizer, fluctuations in GDP. So I want you to write this language. You can put it in your own words, but certain keywords are important. So they have a tendency to increase GDP when it is falling and reduce GDP when it is rising. So it involves built-in tax and expenditure mechanism. See, like this line should come. That automatically increases aggregate demand when there is recession and reduces aggregate demand when there is inflation. So students, around about 6 points are there for non-discretionary fiscal policy. So this is the question. Now let us move to the next question, that is, what is crowding out effect? Now this may come for 2 marks, very important, put a star mark, easy also. Now students, crowding out effect means, now say example in our country, can I say government borrows money from commercial banks as well as from RBI. Even corporates borrow money. Corporates also do investment borrowing money. Now out of these two, one is government, one is corporate. Who has a bigger capacity to borrow? Can I say it is government? So when government decides to borrow huge money from the market, huge money from the public, huge money from commercial banks. So either money will be borrowed by issuing bonds, money will be absorbed from the public, or huge money will be borrowed from commercial banks. So now what happens? Why government is borrowing? Maybe for pump priming. Now you know what is pump priming. Why government is borrowing? Maybe to bring country out of the problem or for infrastructure spending. Reason could be anything. Like in this pandemic, last 1.5 years, can I say government has borrowed huge. Now many times what happens? So when government borrows huge money, the cash available with commercial bank reduces. And whenever there is a shortage of liquidity in the banking system, whenever the money available with commercial bank reduces, short-term interest rates will go up. Loan will slightly become expensive and movement rate of interest slightly increases. Can I say private investments will take a step back? Private entrepreneurs may not borrow because that private investments are very sensitive to interest rates. Adani's, Ambani's, Mittal's, Tata's, they may refrain from borrowing money, refrain from investing money. Why? Because now loan has become expensive. Money has become expensive. Why it has become expensive? Because government has borrowed huge money, there is shortage of liquidity in the banking system. So there will be a slight jump or there will be a slight spike in the interest rates which will make corporate loans little expensive. Entrepreneurs may take a step back. They are very sensitive to interest rates. They may not borrow. They may borrow less or they may invest less. So can I say because of government's huge borrowing program, rate of interest went up and private investments were thrown out. This is known as crowding out. So because of government's huge borrowing program, money became slightly expensive, private investments were discouraged. This whole episode, this whole situation leads to crowding out. Now, second point in this, many times what happens in many states of our country. So better I don't name those states, but in many states, you will find government has a habit of giving so many things for free. So there are many states in north, there are many states in some parts of our country where government has a habit of giving so many things for free. Auto rickshaw free, pressure cooker free, gas stove free. So there are so many items which government gives: laptop free, school bag free, washing machine free, refrigerator free, shopkeeper free, take him. Now, too much of benefits government giving to the poor people or lower income group every time for free is not good. You are discouraging them from working hard. You are discouraging them not to earn money, because what they will think, what they will feel, and what they will have in their mind, that why I should work hard. Food grains I am getting free, refrigerator free, school bag free, for my kids school uniform also free, books free, everything free. Yes, sometimes it is okay, but every time, every year, not good. Because of this, what happens? The local shopkeepers, the local vendors, the local departmental stores, their business has gone down, because people are not willing to come out, people are not willing to spend money. Because they know every year, end of the year, government is going to give us something or the other. Why we should spend money from our pocket? So can I say, because of government's program of helping poor people by giving so many things for free has a negative impact, or has a harmful impact on the local shopkeepers and vendors? Their business is getting down, because government is going to directly buy from the manufacturer, wholesaler and distribute. Now this local shopkeepers, local vendors, there are less footfalls, less walk-ins. Lower income group, middle income group, poor people, they are not willing to spend money. So their business is getting affected. So can I say, because of government's program of helping people by giving so many things for free, leads to a loss to the local shopkeepers. This is also known as crowding out. So very small concept for 2 marks. Please see to it, you write everything. This is the paragraph. And I request you all, my dear students, your every answer should be in points, come what may. Whether the notes, in my notes it is written in paragraph, but students, you will write everything in points. See to it. So this was crowding out effect. Now a very simple question, that is fiscal policy for reduction of inequality. Now what government will do in order to reduce the problem of inequality, that is, can I say, gap between rich and poor is getting widened. 80% of our country's wealth is owned by top 10, top 20% of our population. Rich is becoming richer and richer, and only richer, and poor people are suffering. So there is one person who lives in 4 lakh square feet house, and there are 4 lakh people without house. Now this is the best definition for income inequality. So here government need to do some redistribution activity. Government need to take bit more taxes, more money from rich and give it to the poor people, so that gap reduces slightly. Government needs to create more employment opportunity. Government should fund those projects which directly help poor people. So fiscal policy plays a vital role in redistribution of income, and accordingly social justice will be maintained. Fiscal policy has direct through taxes as well as indirect impact, that is through fiscal policy measures like progressive taxation, charging more tax on rich people, increasing the burden of tax on rich people and passing those benefits to the poor people. Then indirect taxes can be differentiation, like for luxury goods, higher taxes, heavy taxes will be charged, and for necessities, reasonable taxes, lower GST. Public expenditure, government should spend more on those areas, more on those services, those activities which directly help poor people, sanitation, water supply, basic infrastructure, subsidized medical care, education, like Ayushman Bharat is one such example. Poverty alleviation program, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, very successful, huge money is been spent, and this ultimately creates jobs, helps in reducing poverty. So I will again repeat the full form. It is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. Under this scheme, government provides minimum 100-day job to rural youth, minimum. Various social security like old age pension, unemployment benefits. If government fails to provide jobs, then unemployment benefits will be given. Subsidized production of mass consumption goods. It could be food grains, it could be basic infrastructure, education services completely free, public production, providing subsidies for supply of essential goods, pulses, fruits, vegetables, some nutritious food grains, which overall helps to reduce the problem of malnutrition. Then midday meals. There are many options which government can initiate so that poor people are uplifted. They also get minimum work. They also have a better standard. Employment reservation for SC, ST, OBC, occupationally backward, and spending more money in backward areas. That also you can write. So a very small concept, fiscal policy, measures taken by the government to reduce income inequality. This you can completely write in your own words. You can even shuffle the points, no problem. Now coming to the very important question, that is types of fiscal policy. Two types, expansion fiscal policy, contraction fiscal policy. To be precise, you can say expansionary fiscal policy or contractionary fiscal policy. Now students, this expansionary fiscal policy is used during recession. And your ultimate thing is we need to increase aggregate demand, increase aggregate demand, increase aggregate demand, and that can be done by reducing taxes, increasing public expenditure. This is nothing but using which budget? Deficit budget. It is nothing but using which budget? Deficit budget. So it is adopted during recession or depression. Your government may lower the taxes, increase public expenditure, as I told. Through this, government encourages investment and ultimately output, employment will increase. Now can I say moment government reduces tax, corporates may come out and invest more. Now their profitability is going to increase because now they are going to pay less tax. Even individuals, tax rate may fall, we will be encouraged to come out and spend. We will buy more of consumer goods like TV, AC, mobile. So ultimately it will increase what? Aggregate demand. So working of expansionary fiscal policy can be seen as the following. But here you have to remember one thing. This activity is done by government. Deficit budget, reducing tax, increasing public expenditure. But along with this, even monetary policy which is initiated by central bank should also be very much supportive. If government is reducing tax, over there RBI should reduce interest rates. So that from both the end, you are encouraging consumption, encouraging investments. Now this diagram is very simple. This is your original demand. This is your original supply. They both meet at this point. Now what happens? Now Adam Smith was of that opinion. Adam Smith was saying that aggregate demand should not increase, aggregate supply should increase. Because he was of that opinion during recession, people are not having jobs, they are sitting at home, and few optimistic entrepreneurs may hire them at low wages and more goods will be produced, more output. Aggregate supply will go to the right. Aggregate supply will go to the right. But please understand students one thing. Increase in aggregate supply may not help the economy to come out of the problem. Yeah, it may create slight employment. But can I say government doing this activity of reducing tax and increasing public expenditure may create more employment. and because of that there will be more money in the hands of the people, more aggregate demand will shift to the right. See, AD1 will become AD2. So here more emphasis should be given to aggregate demand curve rather than aggregate supply. Why we have shifted aggregate supply? Because Adam Smith contributed, he participated. Uncle should not feel bad. So movement aggregate demand shifts to the right, you get a new equilibrium point. This was the original equilibrium. This is your E, this is your E1, and what will happen? Growth will increase. Now, just to put it in the diagram, so students, basically this is a real GDP line. Economy should be at this line. If economy is at this line, then economy is doing fantastic. So this is aggregate demand, aggregate supply. They both meet at point E. This is the current inflation level price, and currently economy is at OY1. We want to be at OY. Economy should be at OY. It means our GDP growth is less. We want to increase. Country has a problem of recession, problem of contraction. So we are at OY1. We should actually be at OY. We need to increase our growth. We need to come out of recession. So for this, Adam Smith was of that opinion that increase aggregate supply, increase aggregate supply, increase aggregate supply. So uncle should not feel bad, because he was like, entrepreneurs will hire workers at low wages, jobs will be created, more output, supply will increase. Increase means rightward shift. But J.M. Keynes' approach is more appropriate. He is like, government has a capacity to bring country out of recession by reducing tax and increasing public expenditure. This will ultimately increase what? Aggregate demand. So he was like, shift aggregate demand, shift aggregate demand. So here we have shifted aggregate demand to right. New equilibrium point is E1, and what will happen? Price will increase and we have moved to OY. If you see, we have moved to OY. New equilibrium point is on red color line. The dark black dot is on red color line. So please remember, when GDP increases, country's inflation will also increase. They both have which relation? They both have direct relation. So here see, growth is increasing and here inflation is also increasing. So this diagram you can draw, very simple diagram, very plain, systematic. This way you can draw and you can explain those 4 or 5 points. So this was for expansionary fiscal policy. Expansionary fiscal policy. I hope this diagram is very clear. So wherever possible, please draw. In case if you find this diagram bit complicated, too many lines, too many dotted lines, just follow this diagram which I have drawn. I will request you to copy this, practice twice. Now moving ahead, second part, that is contractionary situation. This is used at the time of inflation. Your government's intention will be to reduce aggregate demand, and this will be done by increasing the tax and reducing public expenditure. Which budget? Surplus budget. So which budget will be used? Surplus budget will be used, and by doing this, growth will fall, price will also come down. So it is adopted during inflation, when aggregate demand increases beyond full employment level. Under this policy, government will increase the tax, reduce public expenditure. Basically, intention is to reduce the money supply, reduce the demand, reduce the spending. Overall economic activities should slow down. Through this policy, government discourages investment, which ultimately reduces output and employment. If government is not spending money on infrastructure, government is not starting new projects. So can I say demand for steel, cement, iron, wood, construction workers, ceramic tiles may fall. Further, it will reduce aggregate demand. This will control inflation. So this is the diagram for contractionary. So last point, inflationary gap refers to the situation whereby scale rise in consumption, investment enhances aggregate demand beyond what economy can potentially produce, tends to cause extensive price hike. Contractionary fiscal policy aims to eliminate inflationary gap. So quickly, if I help you with the diagram, then it will go like this. Output, price, again I will be drawing, this is red color equilibrium line OY. So this is your aggregate demand, aggregate supply, new equilibrium, original equilibrium is point E. So as if now economy is way ahead than the real GDP. So to be precise, I will write here real GDP, and everyone knows the meaning of real GDP. In chapter 1 we have done output. GDP calculated on the basis of output. So economy should be at OY, but economy is way ahead. It is at OY1. We need to go a little behind. Why we need to reduce? Because here the problem is inflation. We need to reduce the inflation. So here we need to reduce aggregate demand. But here also Adam Smith was of that opinion that supply should decrease. During inflationary situation, entrepreneurs may not produce more, entrepreneur may not create jobs, and according to him, supply should shift to the left, AS1. But here more emphasis will be given on Keynes' approach. J.M. Keynes was saying, increase the tax and reduce public expenditure. Surplus budget should be used, and by increasing the tax, can I say people will have less money in their hands, that disposable income will fall, entrepreneurs will be discouraged, now they have to pay more tax. So they will be disincentivized. They will not come out, they will not start new projects, they will not invest, they will not spend. Less job creation, less employment, less output, less income, less aggregate demand. If demand will fall, price will also fall. GDP will also fall. But point is, here we are solving which problem? Inflation problem. So by doing this, aggregate demand should go to the left, and that will give you AD1. See, the new equilibrium point is E1. And you can see here what is happening to the price. Original price was P, now it is P1. Price have gone down. And growth has also reduced. We were initially at OY1, now we are at OY. Growth has reduced. So this was leftward shift in aggregate demand, this was leftward shift in aggregate supply. More importance will be given to aggregate demand, Keynes approach. So this was inflationary. So I will write, to be precise, contractionary fiscal policy. Previous one was expansionary, this is contractionary. Over there rightward shift, over here leftward shift. So two types, expansionary, contractionary, and sometimes they may even ask, explain recessionary gap, inflationary gap, everything same. And just to bring to your notice, we have put a separate answer for it in our notes. You can just have a look. If you see here, recessionary gap and inflationary gap. So just read this once. So precise answer is given. If they use the language recessionary gap and inflationary gap, then this is the answer. Maybe for 2 marks, explain recessionary gap, write 3 to 4 points, maximum 5 points. We will discuss very important question, students, now. Now, to be very precise, last question for this unit, that is, what are the limitations of fiscal policy? Very, very important. Roughly there are 10 points, 7 to 8 points minimum. You should be thorough with it. Learn by heart, mug up, do whatever you want. Order you can shuffle, no problem. 7 to 8 point you have to study means you have to study. Now, what are the limitations of fiscal policy? In which all areas fiscal policy is not successful? Why fiscal policy has failed many times? What are the issues? What are the problems? What are the demerits? What are the limitations? So, directly coming to the point, one of the biggest problem with discretionary fiscal policy is to counteract fluctuations in different types of lags. Lags means it could be delay, problems in fiscal policy action. Now, there are 4 types of lag: recognition lag, decision lag, implementation lag, and impact lag. Now, these are 4 problems which every country has to face. Like, first is recognition. Sometimes our country or our government takes too much of time to recognize the actual problem. Government is not able to find out the root cause of the problem, why this problem has come, and what is the problem first of all. So, identifying, tracing or recognizing the problem is a big challenge. Too much time is going in identifying the problem, and can I say, if too much time is wasted, then you won't be able to take decision on time. So, first we need to sort out our recognition problem. Second is decision. Say example, problem is identified. Now the problem is quickly we need to take decision on it. And if you take too much of time, can I say opportunities will be lost in the market. But what happens here? Discussions and only discussions are going on. We are not able to take decision. We are not able to find solution. So your taking decision is not important, my dear students. Taking quick decision is important. And it is better government understands this and implement that. If you cannot take right decision, then take decision first and make it right. So problem of decision lag needs to be solved fast. Quick decisions, faster decisions should be taken. Third is implementation lag. Now this is the serious problem in our country. Problem recognized. Luckily decision is also taken, but the point is that decision is not yet implemented. It is not yet executed. Unnecessary delay, hurdle, problems. Some or the other people come out on the streets, they protest. Again things are postponed. So implementation is a very big challenge. Advice, ideas, everything looks good, but everything will be best and superior only when it is implemented. Next is impact lag. Impact means the outcome, final result. So problem recognized, decision is taken, decision is implemented also, and if that decision which is implemented has a positive impact, then it is very good, but many times impact may not be in our favor. So country, we decided or we tried our best to reduce the inflation. We have done everything possible thing, but unfortunately there was no impact. Inflation is still very high. Just an example. Or we tried our best, we implemented all the methods and procedures to bring country out of the recession, but country is not coming out of the recession. Situation is still bad. Sometimes impact may not be seen. It could be because of some external reasons also. Second point, fiscal policy changes many at times badly timed due to various lags. Like expansionary fiscal policy is used when economy is already coming out of the problem. So can I say your timing is wrong? If patient is getting recovered, then why there is a need to shift him to ICU? There is no need now. This should have been done much before, much earlier. So now economy is coming out of the problem, economy is growing now, economy is going to stand back on its feet. and now you are using expansionary policy, wrong timing. You are wasting the resources. There are difficulties in instantly changing government spending and taxation policy. Now, government spending and taxation policy cannot be tweaked, cannot be changed overnight. Slight changes may be possible during emergency, but otherwise no, because all these things are decided, fixed in budget. So, fiscal policy sometimes becomes rigid, inflexible. Overnight changes in taxation, difficult. Yeah, GST, yes. Personal income tax, corporate tax, overnight changes, very difficult. Next, it is practically difficult to reduce government spending on various items such as defense and social security, as well as huge capital projects which are already midway. Like once you have decided that you are going to spend 3.3 lakh crore for defense, now come what may, come what may, come what may, you have to spend. You cannot do anything. And in defense, what we do three things. We buy arms and ammunitions, we buy arms and ammunitions, and we only buy arms and ammunitions. Let it be, I don't want to say much, okay. I hope the message is very clear. So, too much money spent on defense, once it is declared in the budget, that will be continued, that will be spent. So, you cannot reduce that. Social security like pension, you have to give, and many big projects which are already midway, you cannot stop. Public works cannot be adjusted easily along with the movements of trade cycle. Public works is nothing but big infrastructure, power plant project, metro project, all this. So, you have to complete whether you have money, whether you don't have money. If you don't have money, then use other people's money, borrow. Because many huge projects such as highway and dams have a long gestation period. Long gestation period means time consuming projects, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. Just a small example, Bandra-Worli Sea Link in Mumbai took more than 5 years to complete the project. Besides, some urgent public projects cannot be postponed for the reasons of expenditure cut. Sixth, due to uncertainty, there are difficulties of forecasting when the period of inflation or deflation may set in. Like because of too much of fluctuations happening in the country, expansion, contraction, up, down. So sometimes government finds it difficult to forecast. Next 6 months, next 1 year, next 2 years, what we can expect. Now, can I say government was not able to forecast or government failed to forecast second wave in India? And then the after effects, the side effects, everyone knows what happened. So sometimes forecasting goes wrong, or sometimes we don't forecast properly, we don't have proper information data, and we really don't know whether inflationary situation, deflationary situation, fall in growth, what is coming now. Seventh, there are possible conflicts between different objectives of fiscal policy, such that if you try to fulfill one, you need to sacrifice another. Like expansionary fiscal policy is used to increase the growth. So growth increased, GDP increased, real GDP went up, price also went up. See, if you are running behind growth, GDP, inflation will also come. And if you want to reduce inflation, you should be ready to sacrifice growth also. So you cannot have everything in one plate at a time. In order to get one, you need to sacrifice another. That is a problem here. Supply side economist, Smith Uncle is back. So Adam Smith was of that opinion that certain fiscal measures will cause disincentives. Like if government keeps on charging higher tax on corporates, businessmen, rich people, can I say they will be discouraged to continue, discouraged to work hard, discouraged to start new projects. They may shift their base to some other neighboring country. India may lose income, output, employment, maybe consumption demand. So increase in profit tax adversely affects the incentives of firm to invest, and increase in social security benefits. Like I already explained you in crowding out. If government is giving so many things for free, you are discouraging them to work hard, you are discouraging them to save, you are discouraging them to spend. Not good. Sometimes free, understood, not every time. Next is deficit financing increases the purchasing power of people. Now what is this deficit financing? When government borrows money from central bank, when government insists central bank to print new currency by keeping some treasury bills mortgaged with central bank. So printing of new currency by RBI, and that money will be given to the government, and government is going to spend that money for infrastructure or for development or whatever. That is deficit financing. But as of now, deficit financing window is been shut down. Printing currency is not advisable because it will add fuel to the fire. Huge inflationary situation may come up if printing of currency RBI does. So printing of currency should be the last option. When all doors are closed, everything is gone, nothing is left, you don't have any options left, economy is into deep crisis, then the last resort should be deficit financing, otherwise not, because it is definitely going to increase inflation. Demand will far exceed supply. Price will spiral beyond control. See, price spiraling beyond control, that is nothing but inflation. Inflation. Last point, increase in government borrowing creates perpetual burden. Perpetual means long term, continuous. Hey, my grandfather had borrowed money, my father had to pay. Father borrows money, I have to pay. I borrow money, my son has to pay. It will pass on to the generations. If there is huge borrowing, perpetual burden means long term. Can I say even on future generation as debts have to be repaid? If economy lags behind in productive utilization of borrowed money, like whatever money government has borrowed, if it is not used in some productive activity, if it is not generating any returns, then there is a big problem. Sufficient surplus won't be generated for servicing debts. Servicing debts represents repayment of loan with interest. What I have written, repayment of loan with interest, is called as servicing of debt. Like if your father has taken a loan, housing loan, can I say your dad will be paying monthly EMI, time to time EMI? It could be a credit card loan, it could be a housing loan, it could be a car loan. So every month your father or if your mother is paying EMI, you can say you are servicing your debt. Principal plus interest you are repaying. So this country will be able to do only when sufficient surplus is generated. So money should be spent on productive activities, developmental activities, infrastructure rather than wasteful expenditure. External debt burden has been a constant problem of India and other developing countries. So roundabout I am giving you $570 billion. I have already given you the figure previously, is roughly our external debt, $570 billion. So students, these are the 10 points. Just to inform you, overall there are 11 points. We have printed 10 points. 11th point is nothing but crowding out effect. Separate question we have already discussed. So this much students you are supposed to study, and there is one question, role of fiscal policy for achieving economic stability. What needs to be done during recession? What needs to be done during inflation? We have already discussed. I would write read only. But in this unit, what is non-discretionary fiscal policy? Then short note on taxes, budget, public revenue, public expenditure. Two types of fiscal policy, expansionary, contractionary. One question on income inequality, then limitations, crowding out, everything you have to study and go. So my dear students, this completes your second chapter and I wish you all the very best, and do watch chapter number 3, that is money market. So we are done with chapter 1 and we are done with second chapter, that is public finance. In chapter 1, there are 2 units. In chapter 2, there are 4 units. Very important. Whatever we have discussed, please make a note, and I wish you all the very best. Points, every answer should be in points. That is one thing. Diagram only with the help of pencil. Certain important underline you can do with black pen, no problem. First diagram, then explanation. Write 4 to 5 points, maximum 6 points for 2 marks, 7 to 8 points for 3 marks. Rough idea we have given you. 1 or 2 questions may come as a self-explanatory question. There is no precise answer for it. You have to write, put it in your own words. Do practice the formulas, do practice the numerical sums. Thank you.